Remember handstand mounts? They were a staple in gymnastics up until the early 2000s, showing off incredible balance, strength, and precision. Some gymnasts even added their own signature poses to make them unique. But sadly, they've fallen out of favor. Today, most gymnasts go for simpler or more acrobatic beam mounts, leaving behind the artistry and difficulty of the classic handstand mount. Remember handstand mounts?
Hello, everyone. I'm here right now, today. You assholes. Oh boy, that Pierce Morgan video is gonna be fucking rough, I know it.
All right, welcome everybody. Let's start with something very interesting as far as the show is concerned, which is that yesterday I was in Washington, D.C. and met with President Joe Biden.
You can no longer weightlift now that Gummy has claimed your dumbbells. Well, he does let me share. We just take turns doing sets. Ugh. That feels weird. What in the fuck? I think I might have another fucking staph infection, this time on my friggin' leg. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Wilma Dickfit donated $2. Where would you rate yourself on the scale?
Racist are you?
Between a 3 and 4 of
Okay.
racist?
Scale of 1 to 10. How racist are you?
Factually, Black people do not have the structural power in the United States to be racist.
How racist are you on a scale from 1 to 10?
Shut your ass up, nigga!
Racist are you?
From 1 to 10, I'd say I'm orangutan. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit. Gummy is so handsome. Look how handsome Gummy is. If I had to guess, might be from my boots. Yeah, my motorcycle boots. Because I do sweat in them sometimes, like a fair bit, and if it had to be anything, I'd guess from that. I also got the staph infection the one time on my forehead, and I'm guessing that's from my motorcycle helmet, but I clean out the lining, so it's kind of weird. I might get a UV... some ultraviolet light bulbs and put them inside like my boots and my helmet and shit to try to like sterilize them. Gum Gum is so handsome. He's eating his nom-noms right now. He's a hungry kitty. Look at his cat butt. That's my little Gum Gum. My God, he's so handsome. Wow. He is so handsome. Love my little handsome boy. He also loves salad. He's a good salad cat. There he is lying down like a good boy.
So let me tell you what this was all about. And I think there are some important takeaways here with regard to the next 4 years and so many things that we've all been talking about. So first and foremost, what was the context of this meeting? I went for a meeting with administration officials from what's called the Office of Digital Engagement. Now, for folks who have been following prior White Houses, there has been no such thing in the past.
What in the fuck? How did you eat all that? What is wrong with you? Holy shit. Dear God, he eats quickly. What in the fuck? I can't believe he ate all that food that quickly. Oh my God. There's like something fucking wrong with him.
And so one of the things I've said that's been notable about the Biden White House is that such an office exists, a group of people specifically designed to be intermediaries between the administration and online creators like me as an alternative to the legacy corporate media being the only media apparatus that is even kept informed about what's going on at the White House or has access to the president. Now, I will give you the good and then the not so good. The fact that it was a group of 10 of us, myself included, were invited was a great thing because it means they understand the importance, particularly in the context of Kamala Harris recently having lost an election in which she did not engage with online media, I would argue, anywhere approximating what should have been done. It's a sign that they understand the importance. It's a sign that they want to build these relationships. And of course, a lot of you are probably saying, but David, they just lost and they've got a month to go. And of course, that's really the problem. And I would kind of explain it this way. I spoke very candidly with everybody about what the right is doing correctly, how they build community. You know, one of the things we've seen.
Never heard of ozone generators for, like sterilizing anything. I know UV radiation is a very good sterilizer, and I'd imagine getting a UV light bulb would be cheaper than an ozone generator.
Post-election is that everybody who has been in the kind of Trump media ecosystem, they're all part of a very clear community. They're hanging out by the pool at Mar-a-Lago. They're obviously going to have significant access to Trump and top administration officials once they are sworn in. Comparatively, I expressed, this was not to President Biden. We only had about 15 minutes with President Biden, all 10 of us. But we had 2 hours total, plus then a lunch for a smaller group of us. I expressed my frustrations. As you all know, this is not anything that I've not been public about before, where when we want to have Pete Buttigieg on, the Secretary of Transportation, or when we've asked for interviews with others, we are either ignored or put into a sort of scheduling black hole where you're asked, what questions will you be asking? To which I always say,
why do PPL like root beer?
Might be because they find it tastes good. The only root beer that I ever enjoyed was Barks root beer, but that technically isn't root beer, apparently. It's soda that tastes like root beer. But thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Riley donated $2. Does this video look interesting to you? Just from you saying that, that's already a bad sign. Let me see.
Welcome to Bryan and Yvette. We are delighted to be rejoined by David Benatar.
I could not give two fucking shits. So no. Also, have you heard of the woke lefties defending Osama bin Laden for being anti-colonial colonization dipshit? Yeah, that's why TikTok needs to be banned. That is shocking. You know, it's funny, like, every generation of, like, boomers has, like, said, oh, the radio's rotting your brain, comic books are rotting your brain, television's rotting your brain, computer games are rotting your brain. I think this is the first time where boomers are probably right and TikTok is rotting your brain. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Not going to tell you that. That's not how we do interviews. Can you do it at this one particular time 3 weeks from now? Sure. And then 3 days before, it's rescheduled. And then it's rescheduled again. And by the time we finally get to the interview, everybody's exhausted from the whole thing. They tell you you get 9 minutes. And it's not good for anybody. It doesn't build community. It doesn't give us an opportunity to actually build relationships with these people. Nobody's happy with the interview. It doesn't do well. And it just benefits nobody. It's just an exercise in frustration. Contrast that with Charlie Kirk texts Trump. Charlie Kirk texts whoever. Now, I'm not saying give me Biden's cell phone number, but the point is we are so far from the idea that we need to do community first and then let's figure out the details. They were extraordinarily receptive. And yet the Harris campaign, which is a different entity, I think it's important. A lot of people may not know the president and vice president, separate staffs. They are not working in concert the way some might imagine. They're not a unit in the sense they really have their own things. And
also, just because you're black does not mean you can't be racist regardless of what that dipshit Hamza's supporting Indian guy from Sri Lanka you had a debate with says.
Yep. I don't think these people have run into anybody like Tommy Sotomayor. Because, yeah, you definitely can be black and be racist. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Harris campaign completely failed on this, and I was extremely clear and candid here as well. So there is certainly a bit of a too little too late sort of reality here. And it was also very interesting to hear Joe Biden clearly know about what we're doing, understand and talk about the platforms, realize why it is that it makes sense to engage with us. And listen, I know it's sort of like, oh, great. 4 years from now, my hope would be that whoever is the nominee, particularly if it is someone younger, that will even more understand the sort of importance of these online platforms. Hopefully, they will from the beginning engage with us. Now, what was our ask? One of the great things I believe that came out of yesterday's meeting was making it clear that, hey, listen, you at the White House have done an increasingly better job of engaging with us over this last year of this presidency. What about the House and Senate? And this is another aspect, which is this is something that could be done right now. As I've told you before, and again, I don't think I'm violating any confidence by saying this thing. When we have a member of the House, we've occasionally had senators, it's mostly members of the House on the show. We work directly with that member's staff. There is no real coordination across shows, Midas Touch, Bryan, Tyler, Cohen, et cetera. It's our team, right? Pat and John make contact and we try to schedule something. And it's always basically a nightmare with a few exceptions. Ro Khanna's team is really good at just like, yeah, let's get him on, and he'll hop on his phone and get on. But for the most part, it's excruciating to really coordinate. We finally have made a little bit of contact with AOC now that she's following me and the show on Blue Sky. But for years, we've been trying to get AOC on. We usually don't hear anything back, or we hear, oh, like, yeah, check in a month. Or
AOC's a fucktard, dude. I don't know why the hell you'd want to interview her. Like, I mean, she's interviewed Hassan. She's also extremely anti-Semitic, hates Israel, says so much stupid bullshit. Fuck AOC.
Or whatever. Bernie, same thing, etc. The ask we made was there should be a handoff from the Biden digital engagement team to a contact at the House and a contact at the Senate that can help really coordinate something similar to the Office of Digital Engagement at the White House, so that when Trump's in power and the deportations start and this, that, and the other thing, there is someone that can say, hey, let's bring the top 10, 15, 20 creators to the White House, meet with a bunch of members of the House and Senate, do interviews with everybody, set it up properly in a room that's properly lit with a...
Well, Felix, I can't have babies with you, but I can have bareback anal sex. Random Gal donated $2. Do you like cat brain rot? Which is your favorite? Let me see. I do like cat brain rot. Just about anything to do with cats, I like. I gotta download one of these cat Assetto Corsa mods.
Capybara, 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 capybara.
I think I like the first one better. Yeah, I think I like the first one best. Thanks for the donation, Random Gal.
Can you react?
Oh my god, that is a beautiful chicken. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, well, she can die. Yeah, this is the reason why when people ask me, would I rather save my cat or have like a school filled with children burned to death? I would save my cat any fucking day of the week. If I could choose to save Gummy and sacrifice like a school filled with hundreds of children, those kids are fucking burning to death. So yeah. If terrorists kidnapped Gummy, and they said the only way you're going to get Gummy back is if you shoot up a school filled with kids, guess what I'm fucking doing? Humanity is filled with pieces of shit, and chances are if you cross anybody, down the street, doesn't matter how old they are, they could be a fucking baby in a stroller, they could be an old lady, they probably deserve to die. Including this bitch. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Please react. We need to listen to women. Sure, they don't even know their own bra size, but they are natural born leaders, bro.
Okay, I swear this is a legitimate question, and I am going to try to answer it, but I want to hear y'all's opinion.
Whatever you give a woman, she'll make greater. If you give her sperm, she'll give you a baby. Yeah, I'd rather her just swallow it. If you give her a house, she'll give you a home. No, yeah. There's a hilarious joke. Women are like grenades. If you pull off the ring, you lose your home. Yeah, no. If you give a woman a house, that's her house. That's how that works. If you give her groceries, she'll give you a meal. Yeah, that's wishful thinking. If you give her a smile, she'll give you her heart. No, it doesn't work that way. If only it could be that easy. She multiplies and enlarges what is given to her. Nope. They sure as fuck don't do that.
Opinions too in the comments.
Dude, whoever the dumb bitch is who wrote this shit is a manipulative, gaslighting fucking liar. You want to bet the stupid fucking bitch who wrote this dumb thing, literally just tells her husband to order food, or whatever dude she's dating. Oh, just order food. I'm too tired to cook. Just order food. You can't expect me to fucking make food for you every day. I had to fucking go to work, and then I was super stressed out because that fucking bitch Cindy at my work fucking said that the dots on my dress looked weird, and I was on my period, and then I had to go to the salon after, and then I couldn't even get an appointment because they were fully booked. So just order fucking food, okay? Yeah. Whoever wrote this is an entitled fucking cunt. Nothing you give women is going to magnify into fucking anything, okay? Yeah. Pro tip here, don't give a woman sperm, okay? If you do, make sure it goes in the mouth or the ass. You do not want to be stuck with a fucking kid. If you give a woman a house, you're fucking stupid, okay? You're fucking retarded. Don't give a woman a house. Don't give them anything that you, can't handle losing. So don't give a woman a house. Buy a house for yourself and keep her at a distance so she can't steal your shit. If you give her groceries, she'll give you a meal. Yeah, right. We've already gone over that. Oh my god. That is just delusional.
Oh, I am sorry, Richard.
Don't worry about it, Riley. It's okay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Reach Kulzegler aka Snow White is a pro-Palestine dipshit as well.
Oh my god. I'm sure they do not get along. Gal Gadot is super pro-Israel. She's Israeli. What a dumb bitch. Well, that's one more reason not to watch that movie. Dude, she's actually mid as fuck. I know a lot of people were complaining that she's not like white enough to play Snow White. Melanin is the least of her fucking problems. Like, I don't even know if I'd pay to watch these two fuck. Yeah, fuck that, dude. How about just make a movie about the stupid evil sister? At least she's good looking. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit. Or sorry, Dodo gave me that. Thanks, Dodo. Wilma Dickfit donated $2. AOC is a self-hating Jew. Yeah, she's not fucking Jewish. Clearly. Her last name is fucking Cortez. Like how many fucking Jews have you met whose last name is Cortez or Sanchez or Alejandro? Like, yeah, she's not fucking Jewish. Dude, this is like, who is that fucking, was it Elizabeth Warren who said she's like Native American or something? Like, yeah, dude, just because your fucking great-grandfather or some shit fucked some like Jewish or Indian bitch, like that doesn't make you fucking Jewish. Like, my ass, especially considering her stance on Israel. She clearly does not actually identify as Jewish. This is just some political bullshit where she's just claiming to be Jewish because she thinks it's good for her fucking political career. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit.
Remembering the time I saw the craziest crime at my uni. 3 roommates that live across the hall from me called up our campus public safety officer, locked him in the room, and forced him to butt chug a liter of whole milk. The guys were arrested and charged.
What the fuck? That is insane. Thanks for the donation, Skittle.
Don't worry VG, soon humanity will get what's coming to it, which is extinction once climate change gets its job done.
I don't know if climate change is really going to be the thing to do it. If anything, it's probably going to be pandemic disease, and we're well on track, you know, to have millions of people die of preventable illness with RFK Jr. and Trump, you know, in charge of things. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Caution VG, the evil queen is Snow White's stepmother, not her stepsister VG.
Is it her stepmother? Is she even related? It doesn't even mention this in the plot synopsis. Yeah, are they even related? I don't think they are. Yeah, I don't think they're even related. I don't know. Who fucking cares? Snow White is the stupidest fucking Disney story. Bro, how is, like, it doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, Snow White looks like she has fucking Down syndrome. Why in the hell would this chick thinks... Like this fucking mirror is probably just gaslighting her and wants to fuck around. This chick probably has, like, body dysmorphic disorder or something. And then this mirror is just fucking with her, trying to convince her that some Down syndrome bitch is prettier than her. just to see, like, people, you know, just to fuck her over or something. Like, oh my god, that is the dumbest fucking movie. I didn't even like that when I was a kid. I thought it was just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Also Richard I was wondering if these dipshits are gonna defend Osama bin Laden for trying to stand up against colonization. How long will it be before they start outright publicly defending Hitler, because they hate the Jews for colonizing Palestine?
You know, it really wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, just think of the stupidest thing imaginable, and then you won't be too far off. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing that. Like, if there's a TikTok trend of kids reading Mein Kampf and, like, Hitler actually was right. Like, if they could do it with Osama bin Laden, it would not surprise me if that happened with Hitler. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Because this came up last night while Sovereign and I were recording our podcast. I just happened to be, like, thinking...
You're living in denial, VG. Aox a Sephardic Jew and Christopher Columbus was a Sephardic Jew. They're Jews that came from Spain. I remember in a past stream where you agreed with the scientists who had evidence that Columbus was a Jew. Fucking hypocrite.
Well, there's Jews from all over the fucking place, but their family ancestry doesn't originate from, like, Spain. And, like, I mean, if they're marrying within their own culture, what is the likelihood of them, like, having Spanish last names? So, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Wilma Dick Fit. You know, it's kind of like that chick from that fucking chess show, Amazon, on Netflix. What is it? The Queen's Gambit? Yeah, Anya Taylor-Joy. Apparently, she's South American. She's like fucking... Where was she from? Yeah, apparently she has, like, South American ancestry or something. Like, she's white enough to piss milk. So, like, when you have somebody like Ocasio-Cortez, she looks fucking Mexican, is clearly anti-Semitic and hates fucking Israel, makes these stupid pro-Palestine talking points. It's very hard to make an argument that she actually has any kind of Jewish identity. I think it's just some... She might have a grandfather or something who's Jewish, but that doesn't really mean fucking shit. She clearly doesn't self-identify as Jewish. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
I said her stepmother. She is not related as she is not her biological mother.
Yeah, I didn't see anything in the plot synopsis for the original Disney animated movie saying that she's the stepmother. Yeah, I don't even know if she's the stepmother, because why would she have to... disguise herself? Didn't she disguise herself as some gross old lady to give her the apple? If she was Snow White's stepmother, then why would she have to do that? I don't think they're actually related, at least not in the original animated film. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Fuck around, find out, donate chillers.
Did you watch the Jubilee Vegans versus Meat Eaters video? It's so bad. When are we getting one vegan, Richard, versus 20 meat eaters? When you stop being a bit pussy scared to keep pushing destiny to get you on. That's when. Fucking pathetic loser, stop being embarrassed.
Let me see if he's still on. Hey.
What? Hello?
Hey.
Fuck, I'm literally 60 seconds. I gotta go downstairs. I gotta get through.
I'm
doing a
this is gonna
podcast
be
like 20
quick,
minutes.
don't worry. A guy in my chat just wanted me to ask you again to talk to the producers of Jubilee to have me on.
I will let them know next time I see them.
Okay, thank you.
Be careful.
Okay, take care. There you go, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. Fuck around, find out, donate chiller is the world's most patient stingray. Hope it's okay. Man steps on stingray, gets stung. I don't know if I should play that. Is that guy, like, actually retarded? I'm just not gonna play that. Just in case, because YouTube has funny policies when it comes to self-harm and shit. But, yeah, that's remarkably fucking stupid. It's funny how, Steve Irwin got killed by a fucking stingray. What an asshole. How in the fuck do you even get killed by a stingray? Yeah, didn't... Like, of all things, this guy literally jumps in the water after crocodiles, picks up fucking venomous snakes, like, spiders, and then a fucking stingray kills him. Like, how much of a fucking retard do you have to be?
She is her stepdaughter. Here is the Wikipedia art, Carl.
Let me see. Envious over the beauty of her stepdaughter. So why did she disguise herself? Dude, I'm... Like, by the way, didn't she give the fucking apple to Snow White, like, in this really creepy way?
Look on the skin. You to taste the apple in my hand. Then I'm all alone, my pet.
Why, yes, I am, but...
The little men are not here.
No, they're not.
It's apple pies that make the men folks' mouths water.
Oh, they do look delicious.
Yes, but wait till you taste one, dearie.
What kind of fucking dumb bitch takes an apple from an old lady like this? Like, this is the stupidest fucking movie. I mean, she lives in a fucking forest and shit, surrounded by animals. Like, get your own fucking apple. Why in the fuck are you taking the apple from some old lady who looks like a fucking crazy crack addict? This is just the dumbest fucking story of all fucking time. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Out loud about this quote right here that says, whatever you give a woman, she will make greater. If you give her genetic material, she'll give you a baby. If you give her a house, she'll give you a home. If you give her groceries, she'll give you a meal. If you give her a smile, she'll give you her heart. She multiplies and enlarges what is given to her. Now, mind you, women can actually demonstrate this every day, right? Every day women get pregnant. Over 2/3 of those pregnancies turn into a baby. When a woman...
Yeah, what she doesn't mention is that 80% of these pregnancies are unplanned. So yeah, that it's like somebody showing up to your fucking house and saying, "Hey, did you want a cat?" And some people like me are going to be like, "Yeah, I want a cat. You can never have too much cats. I fucking love cats." But if you show up to most people's houses and just throw a cat at them, they're not going to want the cat.
VG, just in case you didn't know, you can go into the Jubilee description of the Jubilee vids and sign up yourself if you want.
Okay, I might do that. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Are the lectins in vegetables bad if eaten raw? No. Lectins are good for you. I don't know where the fuck you'd get the idea that fruits and vegetables are bad for you because they have lectins.
Woman enters a living space with a man or even just another woman or by herself, she really does tend to make that space a home. It'll be like a good representation of who she is as a person or of...
Oh yeah, women make a house a home. They put fucking bullshit where you don't want it. Yeah, just walk into any fucking house where there's a fucking woman. They're goop hoarders. Like there'll be 50 bottles of fucking shampoo and conditioner in the fucking shower. They'll put bullshit fucking makeup all over the fucking sink counter. What? Oh yeah. I love the fucking like hair that just falls out of girls' heads. It's really weird. I don't know how women don't go bald. The amount of fucking hair women lose off of their fucking head. I don't know how men are the ones who go bald. Dude, if you have a chick like this who has long hair, it gets fucking everywhere. I don't even know how. Like, I'll find hairs of Jasmine in my fucking motorcycle helmet. I don't know how the fuck it gets there. In the fucking shower, in my food, like, women's hair gets fucking everywhere. I don't understand it.
Who you are.
Bend over, donate $2, skip to 130. This is what I thought of when talking about the evil witch in Snow White.
What the hell? What's happened to us? I don't know, but suddenly I feel all sweet and warm and fuzzy.
For pie. For pie. For pie.
I love how they made Meg Ursula.
For pie. Day for pie. Wonderful. Apple to put in that pie? No!
Bryan, we could spend the rest of our lives here. There'd be a thing wrong with this place.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, Disney does have that reputation. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
As a family, she'll do her best to make the house a home. She understands the value of that. If we consider all women globally, it's women that are cooking dinner every night. At best, men bring home...
Nope, they don't. Look, women end up getting complacent and then they won't cook shit. So that's just bullcrap.
Home and or just pay for the groceries. I don't know about if you give her a smile, she'll give you her heart. Like, that sounds a little foo-foo to me, but the general idea, right, is that women are nice and friendly, and generally if you act friendly towards them, they'll do the same in return. Like, they don't often go out of their way to find a reason to be hostile towards others because that wouldn't be safe.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh, Jesus Christ.
What is your opinion on Dr. Ids?
He seems pretty smart. Most of the content he makes, I don't have any disagreements. Thanks for the donation, Mizuki. Women are non-hostile and non-combative. That is fucking hilarious, dude. How many, like, fucking fights have you seen on, like, YouTube Shorts or TikTok or something where some fucking bitch, like, just runs her fucking mouth and then makes her boyfriend get into a fight with some other dude? Like that is just fucking crazy. And the amount of stupid fucking pointless fights that women will start for no fucking reason when you're in a relationship. Oh my god, that is hilarious.
For us as women. And my question is, what happens when you give something to a man? I think that by and large, what men have demonstrated is that whatever you give to a man, instead of being enlarged and multiplied, will be either consumed or destroyed. Or some people might have hurt feelings about that, and that's okay. But let's look.
Yeah, cool story. This is coming from the chick who just expects men to pay for everything. Oh, you pay the rent. You pay for dinner, you pay for nights out, you pay for my clothes, you pay for everything, and then what do you get in return? You get a live-in maid and a fucking prostitute. Wow, that's worth it.
Look at the data, right? Let's look at the violent crime statistics, let's look at the rape statistics. All of these things just prove that men, by and large, are out here not to enlarge and multiply things. They are out here to consume and destroy. Specifically when it...
Crime statistics? Like... This is hilarious. So, the majority of men don't commit violent crime. So, like, what? Can we just make these, like, stupid generalizations? Oh, well, women, are the only ones who make false rape claims. When's the last time you ever saw a dude make a false rape claim? Never fucking happens. Show me one instance where a man lied about being raped. I don't know if it's... I literally don't know if it has ever happened. How many fucking times have we seen women get proven that they lied about being raped? Oh, well, there you go. All women are fucking pieces of shit. They're all manipulative liars who are going to destroy your lives. Oh, I'm not sexist. I'm just pointing out facts. Men commit violent crime. Women are just fucking manipulative liars who try to destroy your life. It's just reality. Like, it's retarded. They be cray $22. Speaking of sexy ass motherfucking Jewish bitches.
Hey, yeah, you, get up. What are you, retarded? Get off the fucking car.
Hey, listen, fucksuck! Hey, fucksuck! Get your slippery fucking ass off the car! Listen to me! Get off the fucking car with your fucking ass!
Shut that cunt's mouth or I'll come over there and start her head.
Yeah, she was cute. She's fucking crazy though. She's like insane woke libtard. Thanks for the donation, they be cray.
It comes to women, but oftentimes it's like everything. Little boys are often hell-bent on destruction. They're not in the same way as little girls, oriented towards cooperation. And I want to make it very clear, I'm not...
Women are not oriented towards cooperation. That is fucking horseshit. Bro, look at men's relationships with like their friends versus women's relationships with their friends. Holy fuck, dude. The amount of shit women talk behind other women's backs. I don't know if women have friends. Like, maybe that's why, like, they're so bitchy all the time. Like, Yeah, they'll hang out with their girlfriends as soon as they fucking come back home. She was fucking nagging about this. She had stupid clothes on. I hate her fucking perfume. She just started rambling and rambling about something that I don't care about. I can't stand her. I don't even know why I hang out with her. And then they'll act as though they get along, like, next time they see each other. Dudes, we just play video games. Or, like, we'll talk about cars. And then we're good. Like, nothing happens. Like, yeah, right.
I'm not saying that that's biologically inherent. That's socialized. Even if it was biological, it would still be wrong. But what's worse is that it's socialized. We can actually help this. We can actually prevent this. But men, by and large, are preventing us from doing that. So we stay stuck in this, where women continue creating things.
Ahem, just going to leave this here since she claims women are cooperative. I beg to differ.
Yeah, they're not. Holy shit, they literally just start fucking problems all the fucking time. And again, if you've ever had a fucking girlfriend who has other, like, female friends, they complain about their friends all the fucking time and talk massive shit behind their backs. Okay, I'll watch this. This should be safe.
Hey, lady, don't go over
A witch insists she can stop a landslide with her mind.
there. Senora! Hey, get back here!
Senora, caramba!
What is she? What, she's a witch? What do you mean she's a witch? She's not a witch! Get over here! No, magic is not gonna... It's a landslide, you dumb bitch! Get over here! No, get out of the fucking way! Get out! Move! Move, you dumb bitch! Run! Run! Wow, fuck! Oh.
Well, she's dead. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Creepa donated $2. Creeper, aw man, bro, you would get hella views for a vegan Minecraft playthrough, like don't kill any mob and no breed them. I know you want to, if not, maybe this will change your mind. I fucking hate Minecraft. I'm never playing that piece of shit game. Yeah, that does not make me want to play Minecraft. Thanks for the donation, Creepa.
Apparently for men just to destroy. They continue creating families, children, homes.
Yeah, men just destroy things. That's why literally like 90% of fucking construction workers are men, right? If men only destroy things, then why don't you see like all women at construction sites and only men are, you know, working demolition? Oh, yeah, men only destroy things. The fucking house you live in, that was built by a fucking man. Like, literally every fucking piece of technology you've ever used, that was built by fucking men. Just society has basically been constructed by fucking men, but yeah, men only destroy things. That makes sense.
A loving atmosphere for a man to cheat and break up the family, for a man to become absent and ruin his own relationship with the children, which affects them down the line, for him to punch holes in the walls, for him to not take care of the home, and of course for him...
Gee, I wonder why a dude's punching holes in the wall couldn't have anything to do with you being a bitch, right?
Often to come home and just shit on the entire atmosphere, because that's how men feel in charge and in power over their families. Because they are socialized to, instead of multiplying and expanding something, they're socialized to annihilate it or consume it. That's the orientation that they have towards the world. That's why you can't make a similar quote about men.
Yeah, dude, if I had to spend any amount of time around this chick, I'd probably punch holes in walls too. Like, what the fuck does she expect?
Like the most common quote we all know and love about men is that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Once again, that's consumption. Don't be mad at the messenger, okay? Don't be upset with me. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. But by and large, what men have shown us is that they love to destroy shit for no apparent reason. They like to vandalize stuff. They like to hurt each other.
Like it's hilarious. Women are the ones who are more likely to initiate divorce. Isn't it like 70-30? Like 70% of the time, women are the ones who initiate divorce. But then when you look at non-married couples, I think it's pretty much exactly 50-50. So just based on that alone, it seems that women, when you're talking about marriages, are likely more responsible for fucking up the marriage on aggregate than men are. Lesbian marriages, they last shorter on average compared to heterosexual couples and gay couples. Again, women are not good at long-term relationships. They're the ones who cause the majority of the fucking problems.
Each other, like that's the kind of sports they play. A lot of them like to hurt women, children. A lot of them just are there to take what they want from women, which I would say goes under consumption. A lot of them really don't care whom they have to ruin in order to achieve whatever results.
Oh, really? Men don't care what they have to ruin. Please explain to me why in most fucking cultures, at least Western cultures, women get half the man's fucking shit in a fucking divorce. Please explain to me why the majority of the fucking time, even though the man pays for the fucking mortgage, the woman is the one who ends up getting the fucking house because this bitch argues in court, well, I was the one who put the furniture in like certain places. So even though the fucking mortgage was like $700,000 and he paid for everything, I told him to buy like a couch in the living room and I wanted it in the one corner of the room. So I think it's only fair that I keep the house after he paid $700,000 for the house. Right.
They feel like they deserve. And it's that inherent assumption that they deserve something that leads them to act like this. Women are always told, nobody's coming to help you, nobody's coming to save you. Not only that, that actually happens to them in real life. And then they get blamed.
Oh yeah, nobody's coming to save you, except like all of fucking society. Again, look at fucking family court. Again, if you divorce, you're getting half the fucking dude's shit, even though you didn't fucking work for any of it. You're probably going to be the one keeping the fucking house. You're probably going to be the one keeping the fucking kids. Women fucking make false police reports all the fucking time saying, my boyfriend beat me. Guess what? Whose side the police are going to fucking take when they show up to the fucking house? More often than not, it's the fucking woman. And I've had this personally happen to a fucking friend of mine. My friend's fucking crazy bitch fucking ex-wife lied to the police claiming he beat her. She literally did not have a single fucking bruise on her, no signs of abuse whatsoever. He spent 2 months in fucking jail, and then she later made up bullshit fucking false rape claims that were later proven in court to be fucking false, and the only reason they didn't fucking arrest and charge her was because she was fucking pregnant at the time. And then you're telling me no one's coming to save you? Oh, if only you fucking knew.
For it. You shouldn't have worn that. You shouldn't have been there. You shouldn't have done that. Whereas men, even if they actively do something bad to harm another person, a lot of people will make excuses for them, like, well, they didn't know any better. And well, it's kind of like men just live in with a built-in social.
How in the fuck could like there's no consistent fucking narrative here, and it just proves she's completely full of shit. She literally just said most criminals are fucking men. So how is it that the majority of fucking prison inmates are men, but society doesn't hold men accountable? Sounds like society's holding men more than fucking accountable if they account for the majority of the fucking prison population, right? You fucking dumb bitch. And again, even when we look at, like prison sentencing, women who commit the same fucking exact crime under the same circumstances, and you account for factors like race, socioeconomic status, shit like that, women get less severe punishment. So if a woman, say, like, has sex with an underage kid, well, how many fucking stories have you seen where a female teacher had sex with an underage student and it got swept under the rug, nobody cared, or she got like just a tiny slap on the wrist where, oh, well, you can spend maybe a month in prison and you can serve the sentence over the weekends. So you have to just report in for prison, you know, on the weekend, and then you can just go to your job. And it doesn't really affect their life in any major way. How many fucking male teachers have you seen, like, get a fucking life sentence practically for doing the same thing? This chick is just fucking crazy. Banana Krama donated $2. React to this. This is immense. Yeah, great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Safety net that causes them to have this freedom to manipulate their circumstances in a harmful way for their own benefit. Women don't get to do that, and by the way, when women do, men get really fucking pissed.
Oh, right. Women don't fucking trap men with marriage. They don't try to marry a rich guy who will give them fucking money. They don't try to manipulate things so that they'll get a huge amount of money in the divorce. Right, women don't manipulate and try to take advantage of anything. Cool story.
Pissed about it. You will never see a man more upset than when a woman uses her natural advantages in order to propel herself forward in life. Mind you, with some of the only means that men have given women to propel themselves further in life, right? So like leaning on her beauty, leaning on her youth, leaning on the fact that most men are after that. And when women make their money that way, men get real fucking pissed, as if they don't exist in a world that literally splits open to make a way for them around every turn. A man fucks something up, it's like, well, why didn't he know any better? Like, well, it's okay, everybody makes mistakes. But you'll hear about a woman's fuck ups for decades. And not only that, a lot of times when men are partnered with women and they fuck something up, that gets transferred onto the woman. See,
like what she's saying is literally the opposite of what actually happens. If women remember fucking everything, okay? Literally everything. If you do something that pisses a chick off, anytime there's an argument, she'll bring it up. Like it could be the littlest fucking thing. And any argument you have, she'll bring up every fucking time you pissed her off. When men get into fucking arguments with women, it's always like just on the situation. Like, okay, well, I think you're being unreasonable because this and that. Like, men don't bring up, oh yeah, well, fucking last year you did this. Like, no, it's only women who fucking do that. Like women are the fucking ones who hold like anything you do over your fucking head forever.
See Hillary Clinton, see Monica Lewinsky. Both of those women were incredibly taken advantage of and done super dirty, and yet they are more hated than the man who did those dirty things to both of them. Men really live with this
Hillary Clinton? What? Did she say Hillary Clinton?
Hillary Clinton. See Monica Lewinsky.
What is she fucking talking about? No one likes Hillary Clinton for one fucking thing. The only thing people criticize Hillary Clinton for is just being like a fucking piece of shit. Like she literally was she was literally laughing on like audio recording about how she like helped a child rapist get free, and her whole defense strategy was gaslighting the fucking jury into not believing the fucking underage victim. Like, it's shit like that why people don't like Hillary Clinton. Like, what are you fucking talking about? And then look at fucking Epstein. Nobody likes fucking Epstein. Like, I don't know what she's talking about. Son Goku donated $2. The same dumb bitch from yesterday. These types of chicks that will become childless cat ladies when they're 40 also admire the gains. Well, no, this is the type of chick who will, like, meet a guy, sperm jack him, get pregnant, break up, and then get child support for fucking 18 years. I think that's the type of chick she is. Very nice gains, dude. You're looking pretty goddamn fucking jacked. Well, thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Both of those women were incredibly taken advantage of and done super dirty, and yet they...
I don't understand what she's saying. Does she not know who Hillary Clinton is? When was Hillary Clinton taken advantage of?
They're more hated than the man who did those dirty things to both of them. Men really live with this
I don't think she knows who Hillary Clinton is.
Mission, actually, to destroy and consume everything.
And Monica Lewinsky, she was the chick who accused Bill Clinton, right? Oh no. Did she ever accuse Bill Clinton of rape, or was it just an affair? I don't think Monica, as far as I remember, I wasn't really that politically involved at this time. I would have been like fucking 10 years old. But as far as I can remember, Bill Clinton was the one who was, politically, lambasted for sexual misconduct. No one really cared about Monica Lewinsky. People were mostly criticizing Bill Clinton for his behavior. Random gal donate $2. What about brain rot? Don't scam.
Say no to animal abuse. If you're not vegan, you pay for animal abuse. Like beings like that, you kill them if you're not vegan.
I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, random gal.
Everything around them like it's nothing. And this is why they don't have empathy for you women. This is why they don't have empathy for us. They think that we live life on easy mode too, and we don't. The only time that some of us get to live life on easy mode is when we're young and beautiful. And honestly, the kind of abuse and the kind of power tripping that comes with that for women from these men is honestly a special kind of torture in and of itself that most men.
Yeah, cool story. Then be a lonely cat lady for the rest of your life. Nobody fucking cares. Sam Smith HQ donated $2. Let me see. Really? I'm not watching that. Thanks for that donation,
never be able to handle. They think we live life on easy mode because they crave our approval so much. Because they see what we're able to do and they know that they can't do the same thing. They look.
That is the most delusional horseshit I've ever fucking heard. Like, literally, her whole argument for why women are better than men is that they'll cook and clean. Like that's her argument. And then she's saying the only reason men want, like, attention and validation from women is because we're jealous that you can cook and clean? Like, yeah, the reason men want attention from women is sex. I don't know if she's, like, actually being serious here. This is just a bizarre rant. So, because women can cook and... this is just weird.
Look at us and they're jealous and they don't realize that all it takes to be this way, to be somebody who multiplies and creates things out of nowhere, is just to become an alchemist, which most women are naturally. We have...
Most men don't want to have children, you fucking moron. Like, oh my god, why in the fuck do you think there's so many dudes who, like, wear condoms or are willing to pay for their girlfriend's birth control or will pay for their fucking abortions? Most men don't want to have fucking kids. Like that's the whole reason why a lot of men don't like fucking family court and this whole bullshit about how a woman can choose whether or not she wants to have fucking kids or not, and basically sink her claws into you for fucking 18 years. Like, no dude is jealous that women can get fucking pregnant. If we had it our way, like, all women would be fucking sterile until we don't want them to be sterile anymore for the few dudes who do want to have kids.
Pain every month that we have to alchemize. We have pains that come with childbearing and childbirth, breastfeeding, and all that stuff that we just have no...
Yeah, then learn how to use a fucking pill.
Choice but to alchemize. We have experiences that happen to us unfairly in ways where...
I don't think alchemize is a word, and I don't even know what she means by that. Wilma Dickfit donated $2. Did you know that Hillary Clinton's part Jewish? Not really. I don't even know what the fuck she means by being part Jewish. So her grandmother was Jewish? Who fucking cares? I really don't care about a fucking politician's ancestral background. Thanks for the donation, Wilma.
We have no choice but to alchemize it. Men are bowling with the bumpers up. They're going through life like a child rolls a bowling ball down a lane that has the bumpers up, and they think that it's like their hard work that has them winning and knocking down all the pins. And then they turn around and laugh at you when your ball goes in the gutter because your lane is actually like tilted. They're over here playing it on easy mode and they still don't understand. In order to be like women, you have to experience the things that women experience. You have to do the inner work. You have to be self-aware. You have to take radical responsibility. And it's not your fault.
Yes, because that's what women are known for, taking responsibility.
That you're not
how many fucking episodes of like Jerry Springer or Mary Povich where there's like some chick on the show who says, I know you're my baby's daddy. You look just like him. There's no way it could be with another man. You gotta man up and take responsibility for the son that you and me created. And then they do a paternity test. It turns out you're not the father. And then it turns out she was banging like 20 fucking dudes while dating this one dude. Yeah, women are well known for fucking taking responsibility, right? Yeah, Mary Povich is evidence of that.
Taught that as a man. If you wanted to be better, you would. But most men take the easy way out, and that easy way out is consumption and annihilation and destruction of others. And we have the data to back this up. Men destroy their families and annihilate their partners all the time.
Women are the ones who initiate divorce the majority of the fucking time, so that's bullshit. And again, the data on lesbian couples and gay couples kind of proves this. Lesbian relationships just in general, but marriages in particular, they don't last nearly as long as heterosexual or gay marriages. That's a clear indication that women are like not as well equipped to maintain long-term relationships.
They annihilate their partners and their children. They take things from their partner and their children. A lot of them should be in prison for and aren't. They annihilate because they don't want to do the hard work. Destruction, annihilation, consumption, that's easy.
So, okay, so what's her explanation for lesbian couples having a higher divorce rate than straight and gay couples? Oh, yeah, she wouldn't really have much to say there, would she?
And that's how most men move through life. So if you're a woman, you need to be really fucking careful out there. I love you so
Yeah, great. She's either gonna be a lonely fucking cat lady who's like 40 and holding out for hope that, oh, maybe the right guy will come around someday, even though they're all pieces of shit and you can't trust men because they're all terrible. Or she's gonna sperm jack some rich dude and then just collect child support for fucking 18 years and pocket the money. It's worthless fucking trash.
Equipment, rather than doing this piecemeal thing where maybe we get Ron Wyden for 8 minutes and then Bryan's got Bernie for 12 minutes, and it's completely uncoordinated in this way. And meanwhile, Trump's just got the ecosystem, and he's got the Nelk boys, and he's got Rogan, and he's got Charlie Kirk, and he's got the Fox News people, and he's got the Newsmax people. It's just not going to work. So this was sort of like the outgoing request, and I think it's an important one. I don't know that it will happen. I will push for it to happen, but it was very clear that all of us as creators and even Biden's digital engagement staff, everybody recognized that we're just not doing it the right way. And the right is absolutely crushing us. So on the bonus show, we'll talk a little bit more about the kind of texture and some of the other things I.
All right, let's get into this.
That with me, of course. Yeah, it's a bit surreal being in the home I was just watching several videos of about the last 48 hours, basically getting up to speed with all your newest developments in your. Okay, and then transitioning from that into the hardcore rejuvenation athletics how does that pivot happen?
Yeah, so after I did OS Fund, I actually jumped into a brain interface company.
Bullard and $2. Prime example of a man living life with the bumpers down, easy mode engaged. Ever seen a woman do this? Yep, men have it so easy. That's why the majority of homeless are men. And then, after this guy, is able to buy his own home and, like, settles down, gets married, and the chick breaks up with him and shit. Oh, I deserve the home that you paid for because I arranged the furniture. Oh, I deserve half your money that you worked for doing fucking coal mining, wrecking your fucking health in a fucking coal mine because I'm a woman and I had to, like, take care of kids, which means I dropped them off at daycare and I sipped coffee all day while watching Netflix. I actually had to work, unlike you. You don't understand how hard it is, taking care of a household. Sometimes the blinds would get really dusty and I'd have to take the duster and sweep up the dust. That's why I need half your money in the divorce. It's just ridiculous.
I visited Canada once and asked for bacon and they gave me ham instead.
Well, you were still wrong. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Yeah, I know not all women are gold diggers, but, clearly that chick we were reacting to fucking was.
Because there's a big gap between 34 selling and now you started at 43, the hardcore rejuvenation stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, you don't have to be a gold digger to, like, try to fuck somebody over. Like, a chick might end up marrying a guy, and just because, like, these women have an opportunity to fuck him over during a nasty breakup, they're gonna take that opportunity. So you don't have to be a gold digger to do any of that.
Which is, this was the thing. When I was going through the contemplation process, whether to sell, we had an offer on the table. I would walk away with 300 million. And my true passion was trying to do something that would legitimately improve the human race on a scale where I could imagine in a few hundred years, the contribution is appreciated by our ancestors. And it's what I respect from people who I learn about. And I knew that trying to put my finger on that sort of thing would take me at least a decade because you have to go out and find something incredibly unique. Then you need to spin up something you've never done before. And that just takes time. And so at 34, if I would have kept the company, we probably could have made a lot more money. I probably would have made billions, but I would have done so at the cost of time.
Yeah.
And so maybe I would have been in my late 30s, maybe my early 40s. And I really wanted to get after this project. So yes, it took me 10 years to figure out, to answer that question, what one thing can I do that would potentially meaningfully impact the human race for hundreds or even thousands of years?
And over that time horizon, though, you have the money from the sale at 34?
Yes.
And then you're contemplating for 9 years while you're actively sort of dipping your toes in, or how does it kind of come to be?
Yeah, so I sell the company, I make the money, and then I start playing with how can we engineer physical reality, atoms and molecules, organisms, biology. Then I started a brain interface company, and the idea was we succeed as a species because we can engineer reality. Like if you look around us in this room, this is an engineered physical reality with doors that are certain sizes, windows that are a certain way. Things are manufactured according to spec, and this helps us live predictable lives. Like water is going to be clean because it's clean according to spec. And I wondered, could we imagine evolving our own cognition as a species if we could evolve our minds according to engineering and scientific standards? Because right now you could take a blood draw and see where you're at, and that's really helpful, but it's very hard to get your brain measured. You can do an MRI or something, but it's hard, it's expensive, you're in a coffin-like environment, nobody wants to do it. And I wondered, can you make brain measurement easy? And if you can, then you could pose all these basic questions about reality. Like, is blank good for my brain? Is thousands and thousands of questions. And so we built the world's first mass market brain interface. And so think of it like fMRI as a bike helmet. It took us 7 years. I invested $64 million in the company. We built a chip from scratch. which was really hard to build. Like that is one of the hardest things you can do. And we got it to work. So now we're in clinical trials with cognitive decline and depression. And so, yeah, I did my fun, I did brain interface. And then along the way of doing that brain interface, I started playing around with my own body of, if I'm going to rigorously measure my brain, then can I also do it with my body? And then that led to the pulling this in full circle to this thing of, could this be the singular thing that I identify that is my life's work of don't die, basically where I landed. And so, yeah, it took me 10 years to kind of get here. And I think it's a reasonable hypothesis. I think, it took me a lifetime to arrive at this point.
Yeah.
I've been working towards this my entire life.
Awesome, man. Yeah, that's very cool. I didn't know the full backstory. One thing I did before I forget, I can't ignore the fact that you posted like 2 hours ago about injecting your penis. So, I didn't want to say at the start of the podcast because I knew it would probably get us demonetized too. And it was just a hard detour. But so could you tell me about how you arrived at the, I don't know, epiphany that penis enhancement was worth pursuing? Because it's certainly not like anti-aging, really. Yeah. It's more, if anything, confidence that is almost an unjustifiable insecurity for many men who have average measurement to begin with. So it's like often an ego thing too, not even like a real practical use of time.
Yeah.
So what is the thought process behind this?
Well, with Blueprint.
This is an old commercial, but it's clever. Can you watch?
Let me take a look. Well, that was stupid. So this kid literally gave Coca-Cola more money, and he's not even gonna drink it. That's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
We've endeavored to measure every organ of my body, and no one's done that before. It's really hard.
So what's the measurement?
Measurements. Yeah, very good. Well played. So like, doing blood is easy. Doing blood really well is hard. But when you start going into imaging and fitness tests and like all the other thousands of tests, that's very hard. And so that's really where we've excelled as an endeavor is I become the most measured person in history. And so the penis is a really important organ. And so, right, like it's a pretty critical thing to us as a species. And so
is this going to be published on the website with the before and afters and everything, or is it just going to be the delta of change?
I mean, I have to call my mom. Like I need to see how she feels about it.
Sure.
I do call her every week, and I'm like, Mom, just so here's what I did this week.
Yeah.
So that her friends don't surprise her. Like your son, so she's in a pretty conservative community.
Sure.
But the penis is really important, and so we were talking as a team, and we wondered what if we were trying to get the most quantified penis in the world. Well, what would you do? Like, how would you actually measure penis function? And so we just laid it out, and I think we came up with about 7 different things we could do that measures penis and sexual function. And then we did all those things. So we started with nighttime erections. We have it, that's not something people are familiar with. It's a little cube you put on the shaft of your penis, it sits at the base, you go to sleep, you don't even know you're wearing it, and it measures the duration of your erections and the number of erections. And there's a good age calculator, so you can determine based upon that data what your biological age is for erections, and also its representation.
No, he's not vegan. He eats a plant-based diet, but he takes collagen supplements. It's really fucking stupid.
Of physiological, mental, and cardiovascular health. And then we did extensive ultrasound measurements. So I got the injection in the penis that creates an erection, which I would never do again. It was painful. It made me sick. I think we would just do like manual stimulation next time. It would be a better way of doing it. But we did all kinds of ultrasound measurements, looking at blood flow. I did a max urination speed. I maxed out how much I could store in my bladder. I took 3 different surveys on sexual health and penis function. I think there's 1 or 2 more I'm forgetting. But basically, we just did everything we could to measure. And then we said, okay, so now we have this quantification. What are the therapies that actually rejuvenate the penis? And we found focused shockwave therapy, and that was primarily used for people with ED, and then same with this Botox. And then there's a few things you can do.
Aren't the results of that kind of contingent on you having poor cardiovascular health to begin with, though? Like, how much could it take somebody who's in optimal health from baseline to...
You're exactly right. Yeah. So this is the thing, and we've seen this with many things, is once you achieve a certain level of optimization, some things don't stack. And so yes, the focused shockwave was basically for ED correction, and then the Botox, but also it increases penile length, but also includes, it improves blood flow. And so, I mean, the thing that I'm trying to do with this, right, is Blueprint is a rigorous scientific study. We're also having fun. And so if you just pose the question, it's fun. Like, how would you quantify the penis of the function? And then how would you actually rejuvenate the penis? And so it is just play for us. But we are doing it in a scientific fashion with data.
What's the delta between average erection duration during sleep for a young, vital 19-year-old or, peak male versus elderly?
Yeah, 3 hours and 30 minutes would be an 18-year-old marker. I'm 2 hours and 30 right now. So I need to increase it by a full 60 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what we're wondering is, will the combination of these therapies have a kickback effect?
Quick interruption. Bring you a note from sponsor of today's pod. And what was the baseline when you started?
That was my baseline.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
See, I think it's tough with this stuff, though, is it's like so contingent on other conflating factors like hormones. So if you're calorie deprived and your testosterone levels are suppressed, obviously that's going to have an effect on it. If you are, I don't know, even your temperature at nighttime, if you're trying to be as cold as possible, the vasodilation capacity is going to be lower. There's so many things that, and even if you were to implement interventions like the Tadalafil, I'm blocking PDE5 and I'm getting better, stronger, longer erections, you could just be band-aiding the real root of the issue to some extent, if there was an issue, and inflating your biological age perception of that organ. So it's like, how do you make sense of these things to even justify it as worth your time, I suppose, aside from the fun?
Yeah, I completely agree. We try to hold as many variables constant as we can. And so I agree. So bed temperature, right, is going to be a factor there. So it's constant. So whether it has an effect or not, it's still constant throughout the measurement period. The diet is constant.
Right.
So we do try to control for these compounds. We realize it's not a perfectly controlled experiment.
Right.
Definitely some variability. And that's the trade-off space we've accepted, that given that we're moving as fast as we are, and I'm N of 1, we're trying to...
Nah, haven't seen Avatar 2. Heard it was shit, so I didn't bother watching it.
Tease out what we can with these experimental therapies, but fully aware that we are shy of a perfect experimental condition.
Now, I know you've been doing this for a few years now, but more public-facing with high exposure factor for maybe a year and a half or so. How long do you give a therapy with no factors changed in any other subcategory of what you're doing with yourself lifestyle-wise to actually give it a shot so there's no contraindications, there's no cross-contamination of results, etc.?
We usually try to replicate papers.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess like as a baseline to understand what we did at Blueprint, it's really pretty simple. We looked through every single health span and lifespan study ever done. We ranked them according to effect, and then we graded the evidence. And we said, can we take all the power laws of all the scientific evidence ever done and implement them in me as an experiment to say, where are we at with the science of anti-aging? And then we did that, and we put that into a family of Blueprint products for others to consume. And I think it's an interesting question if you just say, in the year 2024, where are we at? And so, yeah, we played the power law game. So if something's down on like the 100 or 200 level spot, and there's thousands of those things, we typically don't even pay much attention to it. And so because it's just too much effort, the evidence doesn't cross a certain threshold. And
so with that being said, though, how do you justify implementing things that are experimental research chemicals? Because sometimes you will implement something like a epitalon for potential telomere lengthening properties, but it's like didn't even pass FDA approval. Not that that's the end all be all, of course, but sometimes there'll be things being implemented that are like legitimately not founded in trials with no like efficacious dose really established for humans with a set duration of exposure. But then there'll be certain kind of like tried and true things that maybe don't meet the criteria too. And then people are left wondering, why did this not make it? But then these things that they're the most exotic things possible that typically only a bodybuilder who's high risk or a biohacker would go try.
We grade these things according to their safety profile and then the potential effect size and then the ease of implementation. And so, for example, what's one? Oh, so doing the thymus rejuvenation was really hard. It took us probably 6 months. So the HGH was easy. That's easy to get an RX. But then the MRI and doing the computational reconstruction of the thymus was really hard. We had to employ 2 specialists and write our own code to do that. So it was just the entire project. And we thought it was interesting. So even though it didn't rank on the power laws in our initial research, we thought thymus rejuvenation was so interesting and so powerful, it was worth a shot.
So there's a novel factor as well that has to be accounted for. It's not just...
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a really good summary. Like we did the power law thing, but then we also carve out these unique paths where we think
no one else is going to test it.
Exactly. And like if we actually do something interesting, could it have a huge difference?
Sure.
And does it have a safety profile that we're comfortable with? And so, yeah, we have carved out these unique paths. Now, of course, when you're doing that, everyone's going to have their own observations and opinions on what is safe, what the potential effect size is, et cetera. It's just an endless debate of disagreement. And so we take our best go of what hits where, and we have a go at it.
See, it's really interesting, though, because it's almost paradoxical to the whole motto of don't die, because this is your number one primary goal above all else is stay alive. But then yet...
I played a little bit of Terminator Resistance. I didn't really give the game much of a chance. I got frustrated by these stupid fucking robots at the beginning. But I do plan on playing it.
You will justify the risk to reward as a clear positive on like very exotic, unproven chemicals sometimes. And I'm not to judge. Like I've certainly taken my fair share of random stuff that's not made it even through phase 2 trials. Not as much nowadays, but when I was younger, that was something, I'd be willing to take cardarine, which is like a super enhancer of endurance, but caused cancer at every dose in the rodent studies and got canceled in clinical development. Like that's the kind of stuff I was willing to take back then, but now I'd say, hell no. So I'm just like trying to make sense of the logic or the risk aversion or lack thereof. Like I suppose the novelty factor and how fun it is can supersede the don't die, and you think the risk to reward, the risk isn't as high as perhaps, you know, other people might perceive it to be, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think we've never done anything that compromises safety.
I don't know, man. Like some of the drugs, like oral minoxidil.
Tell me what do you think is the risk profile of that, and why would you be?
I don't think it's super high, but when it's in accordance with all the other things, many of which are cardiovascular modulating, and you already have a resting heart rate that is so low, and presumably a pretty low blood pressure too, and it's used as a primitive hypertensive anti-agent. And there's just so many cases of arrhythmias, edema, like all these things that for the upside of potential, I don't know, like some cosmetic difference in hair count that maybe is slightly better at the microdose than you would have got from topical. And you could have just got a transplant, which is inconvenient, but risk-free short of the actual surgical procedure, but isn't an extra drug. Like, to me, I'm thinking, if I'm Bryan, I'm doing transplant over a black box warning drug.
Yeah. I guess the way our team thinks about this, and I say our team because I do rely upon them for these decisions, is we did a pretty extensive analysis of the risk profile. The dosage I'm doing is 2.5 milligrams, and the team thought it was basically a benign approach to doing it. And so we saw that the risk factors were primarily in those with high blood pressure, but those that didn't, the risk profile didn't seem to be excessive. And so yours, I guess what I found is like someone else's assessment may grade minoxidil 2.5 milligrams in a higher risk category. And it's just a difference of scoring the risk of each different intervention.
Yeah.
And I respect that. I mean, the data's out there and people take different approaches to how they evaluate it. And you know, whether we score low and someone scores high, that's just the game. But we generally have not made any decisions that we thought were created unnecessary risk.
Are you opposed to, because I can understand the desire to achieve results with endogenous processes to kind of show that it's your biology facilitating it. So reversing hair loss, obviously very difficult once you miniaturize to a certain point. And if you're able to reverse it, it's far more impressive than getting, you know, transplants put into your scalp. Is that kind of partially the motivation too, is that you want to do it by means of it's your own body functioning at a high level, facilitating the result more than, like, I don't know what your stance is on cosmetic procedures that are literally pure cosmetic.
Yeah. We've tried to not be righteous. We've tried to be open-minded, and anything that comes our way, we will contemplate. I know that there's this purist idea that you're only going to do regeneration, which we were largely doing that for the first little while, and that something like cosmetic surgery would be terrible. There's a lot of people who want to combine both modalities. So I'm actually more open-minded. I haven't done any cosmetic surgeries. And so, but I'm open to them. You know, it's not like we will say that we're drawing a hard line in the sand for any reason. Like, we're really after this endeavor of how do you evolve from Homo sapien to Homo evolutus? And are there rules to that game? Probably not. You know, if we can try to avoid don't die, then that's really the ultimate one, which is why we carefully pay attention to risk. But of course, everyone's going to disagree on that risk profile.
Yeah. It's like the novelty factor on some of the hair loss prevention stuff to me just doesn't seem worthwhile when you can predict with reason.
Like, if I think back to the things that have been pretty negative, HGH was catastrophic.
Yeah.
I mean, I had intracranial pressure. It messed up my glucose. I had headaches. I had difficulty sleeping. I took it for 100 days and I never want to do it again.
What was your dose?
0.6 milligrams.
So 1.8 international units.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, 1.8. And it was 5 days a week. And yeah, I think now there wasn't, because there's a...
That's not even a very high dose. I'm surprised he'd get such severe issues taking that kind of dose. Because I know there's bodybuilders who are taking like 5+ international units a day, and they don't live long, obviously, but I'm still surprised he'd get those sorts of side effects.
The Trim trial, which did that. And so we're replicating that trial. There's so many things we would do differently if we approached the thymus rejuvenation again.
Yeah.
We definitely would not use HGH.
What brand did you use, or do you remember?
Norditropin.
Yeah, HGH is interesting because sometimes even among pharmaceutical grade brands, you will find variable response from an edema standpoint and water retention and whatnot. But yeah, that's, you know, one of those things too, where it's like the minoxidil could just as easily have caused something similar with the edema, orthostatic hypotension for that. I guess that's about the hyper, but yeah, it's quite, I've had friends who've had crippling nerve pain from the water. It's, it can get pretty hectic. Or people that need to go on diuretics just to keep on it, and because they're bodybuilding and think they need it, they will, you know, be polypharmacy out the ass just to stay on their GH essentially. So yeah, man, that's
my personal experience. I would never do it again, and it is not a lightweight decision.
What was your blood pressure while you were on it?
I think my blood pressure was fine.
It didn't change at all?
I don't think so. Or if it did, it's imperceptible.
Yeah.
I guess, like, to your point on, you know, what is dangerous, what is dangerous, what is high risk. One thing we like is I get so many things measured at such a high frequency that we can keep side effects in check. And so with the HGH, we were able to quantify the negative effects so fully and so fast to see it. I mean, I can just list off everything that was wrong. And in doing the other things, we have a pretty good view of what's going on. So I know from a person's vantage point, they have these ideas after reading papers or being in forums and reading whatnot, and also hearing anecdotal reports of certain things. But I don't know if I can't think of another time where we've identified significant side effects from a given thing we've done.
bodybuilders for sure.
Well, I mean, they're the best ones to show us what really happens.
Yeah, you'll see at the extreme too. It's like self-inducing acromegaly level IGF-1 levels. Yeah, and they'll tell us what happens.
Exactly,
that happens all the time.
Yeah, but I guess to your point, like I guess what I'm trying to establish is whatever someone perceives the risk profile to be, we try to keep that risk in check with as robust measurement as possible. Now, some things we maybe create a larger unknown. Like for example, I take a pretty high dose of rapamycin, and so that's immune suppression. So we can look at all the immune profile. We measure my immune system very extensively, so we can assess that. But are we missing something in the measurement we should be capturing? So we really try to play very carefully in that line of never trading risk for potential gain.
Do you use the enterically coated rapamycin?
We do, yes.
Okay.
Is that Pfizer's Rapamune? Is that right?
I believe there is 2 formulations of it that are coded correctly. I forget exactly, but I know that there is a lot of compounding pharmacies selling just straight up in a pill and seemingly not bioavailable at all. But I've been interested to see somebody who's actually measured things to say for certain, because this is extrapolated from rodent literature as far as I recall.
That's right.
Is generic that is just like shoved in a capsule, still going to do the same thing. It's just a marketing gimmick with the coating. But
we switched away from a non-property coded to a property coded. I believe it's Pfizer's. I think it's Rapamune.
Okay.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Oh yeah.
It's $32 per milligram. I do 13 milligrams on day 0, and then day 6, 9 milligrams, and then throughout the month I do 4. So 26. Yeah, almost 40 milligrams.
So that's a established protocol in literature, presumably, to arrive at that like variability, or
no one knows proper dosing. We're just playing. So I started.
Would you resemble it off of though?
We did. So we absolutely mapped it on the animal studies.
Sure.
But even the animal studies, they didn't conclude what the ideal. They didn't look at enough variability. And so we started with the translation from animal protocol to human.
Yeah.
And then we've been playing since, where to measure it, we've been looking at my immune system stack plus my sirolimus levels post consumption. So I'll take Rapa and measure blood levels 2 hours after, 24, 48, 72, 96. So we look at the half-life, and then we make sure that it's entirely gone from my body before the next dose is done. So there's a washout period. And so we're trying to, but we look at Cmax and we see when it eliminates, but no one knows what ideal protocol is.
What is that time point approximately based on
5 days
per full elimination?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. 5 or 6. Like when I take a 13 milligram dose, I think day 4 was something like 2.3 level.
And the capsules are 13 milligrams, or what is it?
It's 1 milligram per capsule.
Oh, so you have to take 13 of them. Damn.
Yeah, I don't. Interesting question. I don't know if I'd buy Rapa from a non-trustworthy source.
I wouldn't get
It's a pretty serious drug.
Yeah. And it's like the variability in dose, absorption. Like you don't want to mess around with that.
Well, even like if you take it with a high-fat diet, then the absorption increases by 25 to 35%.
That's in humans too?
Yeah, that's in, I think, Pfizer's disclosure sheet on the drug.
Okay. Yeah, it's crazy how much stuff you have to think about timing on too, because some stuff will inhibit the absorption of other stuff, even in basic vitamins.
Yeah.
It's intense. Of the exotic kind of anti-aging drugs, I know that you've kept metformin in despite whatever evidence has suggested that it may not be as great as it was once touted.
Yeah.
Above and beyond that, 17 alpha estradiol, which presumably has been essentially benign and unnoticeable in effects. Is there anything else that you've used that you can recall as far as anti-aging? I don't know.
Yeah. The things that have the largest effect size, the follistatin gene therapy that I did, mini circles. So they've got a plasmid for a follistatin gene therapy, which in our analysis ranked number 7 as the most powerful lifespan extension. It was over 30% in mice. And so I did the therapy on September 10th, and then 2 weeks later, my follistatin levels were up 160%. So the therapy did in fact have the effect. Now it's not editing the genes; it's just sitting inside the nucleus, and the production of follistatin increases. And
via the gene though,
okay, via the protein.
Yeah.
And so you have the effect.
So you're not modulating the follistatin gene expression at all.
Yeah, you're not changing the DNA.
Got it.
And so that one was cool because we have been trying to figure out gene therapy for over 2 years, and we have been looking at AAVs, and in particular AAV9. But it's challenging because if you do that gene therapy, you can't turn it off.
Yeah.
So if something goes awry, there's no kill switch.
Right.
And so we didn't do gene therapy. Then we found this one, and so that was, I think, the highest ranking one we had done. And then I also did 100 million young Swedish bone marrow mesenchymal stem cells intravenous. That one's unknown because it's not certain if it stacks. So it's well indicated for inflammation and a bunch of other things. But someone like myself who's in pretty good health, we're not sure if it stacks, but that ranked number 34 on our list.
Yeah.
And then the other ones, the 17A-E2, I think that was, I forget where it ranks, but it's pretty high, like 13th to 14th. Rapa is pretty high. Rapa metformin ranks 10th as the highest.
Under the gene therapy? That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it was...
like, what about the follistatin gene therapy is so attractive in humans specifically that it gets such a high ranking? Because I've, like, in the bodybuilding community, follistatin has been one of those things that always had such promise, but never actually did anything because of you'd administer it and supposedly it would just essentially be eliminated nearly instantly with how short of a half-life it was.
Sure.
So you would have to use this gene therapy to actually get it to work, was what we all thought and knew to be the case, but no one actually got it. But the clinical trial that I've seen on it in humans was not as impressive as I would have hoped for something that is hyped using
Death of Rabbit donated, not that you care, but here's how the bulk is going. I'm 190 right now, bulking to 200, trying to get bigger than Son Goku. Let me see. Well, you're looking pretty jacked, dude. Keep at it. Sure you'll be able to bench 315 pretty soon. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Like double muscle phenotype like cattle and the whippets and those like jack mice and stuff like that. Like what have you seen in terms of actual impact to justify a number 7 on your thing? Because presumably it's body comp related.
Yeah, so we actually, I think this is maybe the interesting thing is we're looking at over 30 organs for effect. I know that's been primarily pegged at muscle.
Yeah.
We're looking at epigenetic age, speed of aging, inflammation. So we're looking at a whole bunch of different markers that people have used in the past. And yeah, it was, the effect size was huge on increased lifespan. And so what we're thinking is that there's possible effects in the body that just haven't been robustly measured. And so the company that is looking at, is doing the gene therapy mini circle, they're doing many of these measurements. We're doing many more than anyone else. And so we'll see. I mean,
yeah, I've talked to the guy who, or at least the one who's the forefront spokesperson, Adil Khan, I think his name is. Yeah, I might be forgetting. He's from Canada and he's on a podcast all the time.
Okay.
Am I misremembering his name?
Walter, Mac, Ryan, those are the 3 co-founders.
Oh, maybe he's the main MD behind it. I'm not sure. But anyway, he's often on the forefront talking about this. And perhaps I just haven't seen the podcast with the founders. But this thing, like how much does it cost per shot? First of all, that's something I've been, because the ROI on it is it's definitely there.
What are you drinking, by the way?
This is my energy drink by my company's Gorilla Mind.
Yeah.
And it has a host of nootropics. And as of now, until somebody rips us off and adds +1 to the ingredients, is the most potent nootropic formula infused into a suspended energy drink format that still tastes good.
What's in there?
Saffron extract, which is great. If you haven't, I don't know if it's in your protocol, but it's amazing for its antidepressant activity. It's as effective as SSRIs, but also can completely reverse the ED induced by SSRIs simultaneously. So it's shown as efficacious for the same outcomes, but with the relative lack of side effect profile. L-theanine, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. Uridine monophosphate seems to, at least, this is more of a speculative one, but increase, it can restore destroyed dopaminergic neurons and increase dopaminergic neurotransmission as a whole. So it kind of like elevates the stimulatory capacity of the other ingredients by actually getting your brain to a heightened state, because a lot of people just abuse the hell out of their brain with stimulants, but don't actually take care of like the substrate. Alpha GPC, I'm sure you're very familiar with, but an actual dose that does something as opposed to pixie dusting it like other companies. N-acetyl L-tyrosine, the only form of L-tyrosine that can be suspended in liquid. I used to think it was useless in humans, but after I read deeper, it turns out those are all IV infusion studies, and orally it actually does do something. So, and huperzine, acetylcholinesterase inhibitor. That is.
Can I try one?
Yeah,
do you have one?
Yeah, as long as sucralose doesn't fuck up your next blood test or something.
That's how sweetened.
It's pretty sweet, man.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't know if you like it, because I'm assuming you're like have a palate that is adjusted to not.
You're exactly right.
Yeah. So you can try it.
Try it. Oh, watermelon. That's exciting.
Sour watermelon candy specifically.
Okay, God, this is gonna be.
Your tongue is about to explode.
Really? It's gonna be. Whoa! Look at this.
Yeah.
Great packaging. That's exciting.
Are we filming still?
Yeah, pretty.
Oh. You don't mind if I put this in?
Yeah. No, put it in. Do your thing. This is exciting. It's like really exciting packaging.
Yeah,
this is
thank you, man.
We're excited to be here.
Yeah. I figured it's the logo definitely contrasts better and features the elements of design more favorably on darker backgrounds, which has been problematic for some of the brighter cans.
Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
What's this? The second half of the podcast gonna be like?
More of the same, man. I got tons of questions.
Whoa, you're right. That's straight up candy.
Yeah. Hence the name. I wouldn't be offended if you didn't want to drink more, so don't worry.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go there and see what happens.
It's 100% going to fuck up your sleep routine tonight.
Why?
Well, there's 200 milligrams of caffeine.
Oh, you didn't mention that. 200 milligrams, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will sip this.
Yeah, I really wouldn't be offended if you didn't, so it's up to you.
I appreciate that. All right, so it's right now, what time is it?
1:30. So you've got like
okay, so I've
7 hours to half-life out a 5-hour half-life drink.
Am I going to be okay? Can I metabolize this thing? I'm a fast caffeine metabolizer.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I think if you're just sipping it, you'd be fine, but I also don't know what your intake's like. So
0.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That looks at it all.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'd be careful.
I'll play this game with you.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, cool. All right, so we left off on follistatin gene therapy. So this is something that expectedly I'm piqued my interest as somebody who's seen over a decade plus now people talking about this, and everyone's seen the Belgian blue double muscle phenotype cattle. They're super jacked, like the Mr. Olympia of cows, essentially. You have the whippets who are jacked. You have the mice that have, I forget if it's a gene deletion. I don't know if they.
No, sorry, I don't think I'll be able to play T8 matches tonight, Casey.
These follistatin, but it was either way. A lot of the outcomes sought was similar or overlapping enough to justify seeking if myostatin inhibition was worthwhile in humans.
Yeah.
So I've seen the phase 1 trial in this exact gene therapy, and there is markers of biological age that did go down, like you said. Lean body mass outcomes increased by 1.8 pounds of lean body mass with a drop in body fat of 0.8 pounds. Interesting thing though is, and this is I guess, reflects that it's actually follistatin working, although we see it in the serum that it goes up, so we kind of know it's there, but increase in pre-diabetic looking markers. So it seems to be, it has like a adipose tissue insulin resistance inducing effect in literature in rodents, and it seems to play out in humans a little bit too, based on some of the negatives in that study too. So kudos to them for still putting it out there and letting people dissect it and whatnot. But to me, like the ROI for what I understand to be a $25,000 shot that's experimental, maybe you get, you know, a similar outcome to taking creatine monohydrate or something. Like, how do I rationalize using this? Is it like, did you pay the 25K yourself, or was it complimentary, or like, how does a normal person?
Dodo donate $2. Bryan's going off protocol to appease the person in front of him. He does this sort of thing often. It's really annoying, makes me lose faith in him. It's not scientific. I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, don't think it's really going to change much. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Think about something like this.
Yeah. What were the pre-diabetic markers that they were looking at?
We can pull up the study. Let's see. Insulin went up, glucose went up, hemoglobin A1C went slightly up, leptin went up. Obviously, follistatin levels went way up, but that's not necessarily a marker of glucose utilization. But yeah, in general, it was, oh yeah, and then the lipid profile skewed. So LDL went up 8, HDL went up a bit. So it's not like it was super dramatic, but it's like there was a clear trend that was significant to actually show that there is something going on from the follistatin that may be worth consideration before, you know, haphazardly assuming it's going to make you this jacked superhuman, which I think is what a lot of people think it's going to do. So I think realistic, like, I'm not saying it doesn't work, by the way. And the guys behind it, at least the one I've talked to, has been super forthcoming about all the data, knowing that I could, you know, dissect it or whatever. So kudos to him. Seems like a super nice guy. But yeah, to me, it's like the results are relatively unimpressive proportionally to what I've seen hyped up on social media, because I've seen this exact therapy been talked about. And even of your results, the only thing I've heard from you is your serum levels went up of follistatin. It's like, okay, I would expect such an outcome. Like, what else did you notice?
Yeah. So September 10th was the injection. So we're now end of January. So yeah, we're 4 months in. I just had a blood panel done.
What happened to you? It seems like you changed your stance on how society is biased towards females and they get away with so much disgusting stuff just because they fought VAG.
I didn't really change my stance on anything. I've always had that position that women are treated like differently, especially in like the legal system. So I don't know what you mean, but thanks for the donation, STX.
2 weeks ago, and all of the markers you talked about of glucose, A1C, lipids,
insulin.
Yeah, insulin. They're all unmoved from my previous history. So we haven't seen any change in those. I have my next MRI, my whole body MRI for muscle and fat, and we're going to do a 6-month marker. So we'll see then. I also completed 2 speed of aging tests to see if that would happen over the past month. So the data is still coming in. So we haven't seen anything negative yet. Nothing's moved in the wrong direction. And I think we'll assess the other variables at the speed of aging. We'll get those tests back in a few weeks, and then muscle and fat. But yeah, I guess we have yet to prove any upside.
Yeah, the thing that's tough too is it's like, as much as you'd want to keep all factors the same, 4 months is a long time. Like, I think you've increased your calories by 250 or 300 since then too, which literally attenuated your need to be on TRT. So it's like, to compare a result from then to now and attribute anything to the follistatin gene therapy is just like hard for me to wrap my head around. So it's like, is it not just a useless experiment at that point? Or
yeah, the caloric restriction increase was before.
Okay.
Yep. So that we felt like that one, we accounted for the change in the bloods and other measurements with that. For the TRT, yeah, I went off. That could be a confound. We went off TRT
for sure.
in I think November, something like that.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not like poo-pooing the way you go about it. It's just like I would have a hard time taking any sort of result seriously, given, you know, the velocity at which you have to proceed with your life accordingly and do the things you want to do.
Yeah.
So like, I guess you could chalk it up to, this is what happened, here's the confounders, and take from that what you will, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And what my team does is, so we use these statistical models to try to isolate effect. So there are standard ways in pharma where you can say, we're going to go through this 15-step process and try to create a probability of prediction whether a given intervention can accommodate a certain thing. Because pharma has the same problem too, where you give a drug and you have these whole body effects you're looking at. And you're trying to isolate, can we say what this drug does do and what this drug doesn't do? And so we use those same models to determine effect on our side. So it's not, I don't want there to be a perception that this haphazard approach, we're just throwing things. It's actually really rigorous from a statistical model perspective. And so yes, are there some things that cross and close and confound and make that hard? Yes. Also, it's the game we're playing and we're moving very fast, but we're all
Gum. Gum Gum's having a drink. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Are you drinking your water? Oh my god. He's such a big kitty. Oh my god, he's so huge.
Also very rigorous from a stats perspective.
So typically when you replace, like, I know this isn't necessarily like an endocrine hormone, but when you do something that's, I don't know, body comp related or something like TRT, you'll have a target almost of, here's what high-end production would look like for a, 20-year-old Bryan, for example. Like, how do we even know what we're shooting for with follistatin, the dose proportional to the gene therapy? Like, what are we using as targets here?
From an outsider's perspective, what it
You've said before marriage benefits women more than it benefits men. Is this still the case when the woman makes more money than the man? I believe whichever party is more successful has more to lose.
Here's the thing. When men have more money, women are probably going to benefit more than if the woman has more money. So, women in general are not nearly as generous. So, like, men are willing to, like, literally cover, like, all of a woman's expenses. So, like, they'll cover the rent or all the mortgage, all the utilities. Like, they'll buy women extravagant gifts. Like, they'll pay for a woman's car. Women who have money like that are much less likely to be generous with their money when it comes to their partner. And again, they'll also, like, hold it over their head. So if you're in a relationship with a woman who makes a lot more money and she's paying for, like, most of the bills, as soon as she, and women get in bitchy moods and they literally start fights for no reason. As soon as a chick gets any fucking reason or feels the need to, like, just be bitchy and annoying, they'll hold it over your head. I'm the one paying all the fucking bills. I, like, did this for you and that. Like, again, it's so, yeah, there could be situations where men benefit from marrying a wealthy woman, but they're probably not going to benefit nearly as much as women benefit from marrying a wealthy man. And it's rare, but it does happen where if a woman makes more money, in the divorce, the woman has to pay alimony. It's kind of unusual, though. That did happen to Halle Berry. She ended up marrying a dude, divorcing him, and I think she had to pay him like $20 million or something. Thanks for the donation, STX. Or, sorry, not STX, Alex. Ben donated $2. Why is Dodo surprised that Bryan Johnson would do things that are unscientific when he associates with people like this? Is this the RFK photo? Yeah, that's the RFK photo. I don't know why you'd hang out with RFK. No idea. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Well, you used to argue with red pill guys and stuff. They share like 60% of the stuff you just said, just more intense and extreme. Females are insane hypocrites. CG same question is interpreted completely different when comes from chads versus ugly guys.
Yeah, I still think the majority... Yeah, like, the majority of what red pillars say is usually just retarded. It ranges from them being flat out wrong to them being right on principle, but the way they convey the message into what extremes, like, they're still wrong. But yeah, I mean, if you're ugly, there's a higher likelihood that women will react badly to you, regardless of what you say, versus if a good-looking guy, says something. I mean, that's no surprise. Thanks for the donation, though, STX. Thoughts on anarcho-capitalism? It's retarded. It's the dumbest idea imaginable.
May look like is we're throwing darts against the wall. We can't isolate anything, so therefore we don't know what's working. And our internal operations are...
Anarcho-capitalist societies literally just turn into oligarchies. Like, that's literally how the feudal system was created, basically. So anarcho-capitalism doesn't work. You just end up creating oligarchies.
Are very different than that in terms of the rigor the team has in terms of the scientific research. Like, for example, we did this, we recently started a few thousand person clinical study, self-experimentation study, I should say. And we went through with the group why we chose to have grapeseed extract as an ingredient in the stack. And the team presented a 4-page document with a complete comprehensive summary on everything that's ever been done on grapeseed extract as a intervention modality. And I think many people's observation was it was the most extensive assessment they'd ever seen in their entire lives on whether an ingredient should be included in a given thing. And that's really the reality of the team, is the robustness we have. And this is partly our fault. We should share this more of like what goes in. And a lot of this is our own proprietary research, where we spent a lot of money devising this, basically the research that gives us confidence to do one thing over another thing. And so we share what the protocol is, and we share my results, but we don't share the IP we built in terms of how to arrive. And so therefore people are left thinking, this is darts against the wall. They don't know what they're doing. They can't separate anything. And so when you dive in on these things, typically with my team, like we've had several conversations where people come to the conversation and be like, I'm going to ruin you guys with all these points. And they usually walk away and say, okay, like much more robust and thorough than I ever thought, and not what I perceived at all. Yeah. And so I think that I'm not the best person to make these arguments, because I'm not the team. And specifically, I trust them, not myself, because I'm not the expert. But definitely, I think your points are valid. I understand your perspective, and it's entirely reasonable with what you're saying.
Anecdotally, have you seen anyone else try it that got reliable results that were controlled in a controlled setting to some extent?
With follistatin?
Yeah.
The company's now done, I think, over 200. And their measurement panel, they have a protocol. Ours is much more robust. So I think the results are still emergent. I think the research supports a reason to be excited about it. But I think it is probably short of having answered all outstanding questions.
Okay. Yeah. It's like I don't really know what to make when it says something like extrinsic epigenetic age was an impressive minus 27.91 years. And it's like, I could nearly guarantee that person is not going to live that much longer, if even a couple of years, probably. So it's like, I don't know if this stuff gives false sense of security almost to some extent, because it's like the person using it just wants to get told what the result is and why it's worthwhile. They don't have to do the research. Yeah. So if they are thinking this thing has reduced my biological age by 27 years, it's like, well, shit, I don't even need to take lipid modulating drugs. I don't need to exercise, maybe even. I don't even need to do anything. I just, take this thing. So I don't know. Like, obviously there is more intelligent thought that should go into what you're putting in your body, I think, for somebody who is doing something like this that's largely experimental. But it's hard to overlook something like the biological age stuff is like very, very aggressive, to the point of, I think, misleading a little bit in some cases. Because it's like, I don't know, when I look at biomarkers, to me, that's a reliable metric of at least.
Epigenetic age markers are like, they're pretty much just bullshit.
No atherogenic potential here. I know how well you dispose of glucose. I know how well your body comp reflects with age and trends and top percentile of your, where you're at. But then like the age stuff, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think what you're raising is like, how do you measure effect? Yeah. What measures? And you're gravitating towards phenotypic markers, which have the all-cause mortality strength behind them. And we agree. I think everyone concurs that the methylation clocks are not gold, that they're still silver, because they haven't made that bridge to all-cause mortality into clinical outcomes.
What makes all oligarchies bad, but not all governments? Oligarchies, basically by design, are just going to like advantage the privileged class. Whereas with governments, they prevent oligarchies, they prevent monopolies, they prevent, that kind of large corporate exploitation. So that's like, I mean, you could in theory have a benevolent oligarchy, but it's kind of like saying, well, if you did communism right, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, you know, so yeah, our system of government is definitely better at preventing abuse and exploitation of, you know, the poors versus an oligarchy.
I think everyone's on the same page there. I think it's an interesting question for this gene therapy. How do you measure effect? And so you're coming from a history where you say, we're looking at muscle, we're looking at, you know, these variables, but there's this long list of other effects in the body. Somehow, you know, there was a 30% lifespan extension in mice. And so the question is, do we understand why? And do we have the tools to measure those things? And is the protocol set up properly to capture those things? And it passed our assessment. Is it safe? We thought so. Is it great risk? We don't think so.
What was the resveratrol rodent literature like back when it was super hyped up? Was it like, what were the age reductions in those studies? Do you recall?
I don't remember. We've never done resveratrol.
Because it's been disproven in humans, presumably.
And also appropriate for diabetics. Not for anyone who's not diabetic. That's what I understand of it.
Okay. Yeah, it's just like, to me, this seems, I don't know, the gene therapy sounds like, I get you can turn it on, turn it off, etc. But it's like, I don't know, like knowing, I haven't even seen evidence really that in adults inhibiting myostatin is a useful pursuit. Perhaps it is to some degree, but like the real results you see are in utero, seemingly, where you develop like more muscle fibers because of a deficiency, not necessarily a 40-year-old now enhancing my follistatin levels. Obviously, there's a process by which you still produce it for a reason. You have a limitation in myostatin to facilitate some sort of rate limiting activity. But anyway, it's I guess it just intrigues me. But
yeah, I think your perspective is fair. I think it's reasonable, and I think it basically captures where we're at in the state of health, wellness, and anti-aging. Like, you know, I think it really is legit. And so I think reasonable people can come at this from both sides and conclude different things. And then with that conclusion, you can say, are we willing to try it? And at what risk profile? Yes or no? And so I agree with you. Like, it is not the case that this is just straightforward. There's an answer. And honestly, I really feel bad for all of us, because all of us want to be our best selves. And then we go out in the world and try to identify what is or is not true. And everybody has a different opinion. There's no consensus. Right. And then the person's stuck with, what do I do now? Like, how do I choose my person and always go with them? So it's a pretty challenging spot for someone to be in. Yeah. And so we've done our best to look at the evidence. We've tried to make good decisions on risk and reward. But like, yeah, we're just really at that stage where no one's acting with 100% certainty. Right.
I might have misspoke earlier on the body fat loss. It was body fat percentage loss of 0.87% and fat-free mass gain of 1.96 pounds. So I just wanted to correct, because I was just pulling the number out from what I remembered. But
so it's like a 2 to 3% muscle gain.
Yeah, potentially. I'd have to read through it more carefully to get the full metrics. But yeah, something of.
Grey Knight donated $2. My jiu-jitsu class tonight was pretty crazy and not in a good way. My instructor talking about fasting that he did for 20 days. Said he felt amazing. It was encouraging other students to do it. Told them their students that it will lead to heart disease. I don't think it would lead to heart disease. You could end up getting arrhythmias, and there is a small chance of having sudden cardiac death from electrolyte imbalance. Not eating for 20 days is just fucking stupid. So yeah, if all those dumbasses stop eating, you're probably going to roll them pretty easy, because they're not going to have any energy. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Smegma donated $2. Can we react to this later?
Who is that heart?
No, that's...
Well, isn't this an old story where they just put the car on the tracks? I don't know if they, there's like an update to the story or something. Thanks for the donation, though. We can watch that later.
Too many people are too dumb. How do we fix this?
We might have to reconsider eugenics. Thanks for the donation, idiot.
I don't know how much of it's conflated with, like fat-free mass. I'm sure you're well aware of how that could be finagled, but I think they have a phase 2 trial underway, so that has more promising results potentially. So I guess I'll await what that looks like before and reserve judgment. I would just be relatively cautious about stuff like this. Are there other gene therapies the company does? Like, I know they had mentioned the MD who was sending me this literature said they had some other stuff that they were working on for other gene targets. Is there anything that interests you that they're doing?
Yes, we have 2 others that we're working on with them.
Oh, you're going to do them both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, pending they pass safety. Yeah. But yeah, so I won't speak on their behalf, but yes, as a team, we love the plasma delivery model. We love that it's a kill switch with tetracycline. We love that it's an 18-month window of time.
Right.
And so we feel like if things do go wrong, there's a quick kill on stopping them. And then we feel like we can walk into this with some safety. So I think we will probably do 2 more if we meet the thresholds in the coming 6 to 8 months.
What levels of follow-stem have you seen since the administration? Have they been decreasing precipitously? Like you said, 18 months interval wise, like how it's supposed to stay in your system and work for that long?
That's right.
And at a steady state concentrate, or it's like peaks and then declines like normal drug therapy?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's...
Are you familiar with the channel Developer Traction? Do you think he's based? I discovered him and I actually really like him. No BS, just straight to the point. He's not red pill, but he's not a pussy either. He's a psychologist. I'm considering his book.
Oh yeah, this guy's really good. I've read his book, Atomic Attraction. Yeah, I'd recommend him. He knows what he's talking about. Thanks for the donation tool.
It's consistent for that duration of time. It has a pretty precipitous decline, but I need to check that.
Okay. Yeah, I think I might know one of the gene therapies, but I don't want to say it just in case it's confidential as well, because I just realized that might be for all I know.
Yeah.
As far as what Blueprint is, like, how would you define it for the layman who's just finding your stuff for the first time? Like, it's the word blueprint makes it sound like it's something to be replicated. Like, this is the the way you go about doing it to achieve the outcome desired. But I also know that often you will take a more nuanced take and say, only do stuff that's, applicable to you. Don't necessarily be a vegan just because I am, et cetera, et cetera. So like, how do you kind of define it and the overall goal of it, I suppose?
I'm really trying to make the observation that after 4.5 billion years on this planet, we are baby steps away from superintelligence. And whether you believe superintelligence is 1 year away or 10 or 20, it's now on that timescale. It's the biggest event, as far as we know, that's going to happen in the universe, as far as we can tell. And it's happening right now in our moment of time. And that invites the question for us as a species, what do we do? It's the biggest question in existence. And this is why when I say that question is all-consuming, I try to reduce it to something that is intelligible and actionable to everybody. And the synthesis is don't die. So when intelligence achieves a certain threshold of capability, the only thing intelligence cares about is continuing its own existence. And so Blueprint is my attempt at trying to actually be the existential problems we face as a species. And so we have several. We have one is, can Earth be a sustainable biosphere for us?
Aren't there plant-based collagen options now? I would have thought Bryan Johnson could just take those. Do you think his penis is good? Do you want to paint a picture of it? Why does poop smell bad but taste good?
I don't think there's any plant-based collagen options currently, but I did see there was a new one that was going to come to market soon. So I don't think there's any on the market like right now today that you can order. I don't know if his penis is good. Not particularly interested in painting a picture of it. And why does poop smell bad but taste good? That's... Guess it just comes down to personal preference. I don't know. Thanks for the donation questions about poop. Grey Knight donate $2. It gets better. My instructor is like Frank Tufano crazy. He's into grounding and ice baths. He's on a carnivore diet for a while. He said when it was advised to reduce meat and egg intake, he tripled his intake because he doesn't trust the government. Yeah, wasn't Eddie Bravo a flat earther? There's like a lot of fucking jujitsu instructors and shit that are like fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Bangus donated $2. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's a nice fuzzy boy. Oh. Wow. Oh my goodness. So nice and pretty. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh, little squirrel. Oh, I love squirrels. Oh, squirrels are so nice. I wish I could be friends with all squirrels. My goodness. Wow. Those are very nice deer. So nice. Oh my goodness. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Bangus. Dodo donate $2. Humans want to survive and take over because this is what evolution is selected for. Why do we assume an artificial intelligence would also want to survive? An intelligent person can be suicidal, so wanting to survive. It's not intrinsic to intelligence. I think it likely is intrinsic to intelligence. Like, the first organisms on the planet were not sentient, but they had a level of intelligence. It, at least when it comes to our evolutionary history, there does seem to be an intrinsic link between intelligence and like some kind of survival bias. Also, just the way we construct AI to, like, the way we're going to intelligently design it, it's likely going to be programmed in a way where it does favor its own existence over not existing. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What about this?
Vegan collagen. Is this actually out? Well, apparently you can order it. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know why Bryan Johnson can't just take that. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Even the shitty Cartoon Network cartoon My Gym Partner's a Monkey know that Steve Irwin was a bad guy.
Real meat. Meat for breakfast? You bet. Be tough like Amazon Kevin? Then eat Meaty Flakes Real Meat Cereal. See you next time! Amazon your town and put on a real live animal wrestling hoedown.
Yeah, right, Kevin. I gave up the best 2 years of my life waiting for you to write me back. Well, if I want to be tough like Amazon Kevin.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
2 is, can we avoid killing each other with nukes and other weapons? 3, can we survive the creation of superintelligence? And in doing all those things, I wanted to actually, then if you explain those problems, most people are going to say, well, I feel powerless to do anything about any of those problems. And I flipped that and said, not only can I do something, I can actually be the problem. And my conclusion was that, for example, so I treated my body like, I broke myself out and said, okay, I'm 35 trillion cells. That makes up me, Bryan Johnson. How could I go about an approach to computationally align all my cells towards a single objective? And that's a challenging thing because you have to take you as a human and you have to identify all the things you do as a person that are not in your best interest. So every time you eat too much food or the wrong food or go to bed late or any action that increases your speed of aging and the probability of disease and death. And then how do you get yourself to be a single entity? And then I created this computational model.
Hey man, hope you're feeling good. I'm ready for a program update.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to do that for you. I'll update your sheets after stream. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Where I said, okay, we're gonna look at science.
Wait, watch the school animals' reactions, they're funny.
So I'm not up on le celebrities du jour, but I'm told this fellow is quite the superstar. So let's give a rousing Charles Darwin Middle School huzzah to Amazon Kevin.
Amazon Kevin! Amazon Kevin!
Driver, why do I have to be that crocodile? We them lads is bright. I can't see nothing.
That's the guy who beats up animals.
All right now, who wants a piece of this?
Oh man, that dude makes boots out of guys like me.
It's happened! We've all died and gone to the bad place!
Yeah, they know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We'll measure my body and we'll create this closed loop system. So we build the body like you build technology. We're going to treat my body like a piece of technology and go about this process. And so Blueprint, I know the headlines are about, penis injections and other stuff. It really is a sincere attempt on my part to say, how do we as a species, we're the only known life in the universe, as far as we know, as far as we can detect, how do we not extinguish this flame? And I talk about diet and supplements and gene therapies because it is a bridge to these natural things we can do. And so your understanding of health and wellness is.
What type of political system do you think modern society will use in the ideal future? Probably a benevolent dictatorship. So if we have a super intelligence running society, that would probably be, the ideal political system. Just a super intelligent AI making rules and forcing people to behave a certain way and shit like that. The only other option would be like live in a virtual world. So, your brain will basically be plugged into some crazy computer like in the Matrix. And then you could live in a world where there aren't any kind of, consequences. You won't be able to hurt anybody. And the universe within that world can be made in a perfect way to benefit you. Something like that.
Robust. And you can make informed decisions on a daily basis what to do. My parents, they just want to know what to eat for breakfast. And when they have to go out in the world, and my dad and my parents are both in their 70s, and they're starting to experience the ravages of aging, they really don't care about scientific consensus. They don't care about the debates. They just want to live another day and hurt a little less. And I'm trying to speak to that raw human situation that we're all in. We're all in pain to some degree or another. We all have uncertainties. We just want to take the next step in life. So Blueprint really is my attempt at trying to start something where if we survive this moment in the 25th century, we look back on the 21st century and say, what did humans do in the early 21st century that allowed intelligence to continue to thrive in the galaxy? That this would be a moment they'd say, they figured out that don't die was the only thing they agreed upon as a species. And they did so with their bodies, with the planet, and with their new competition of intelligence of AI. That's what this whole thing's about. It's not about being a wellness influencer. It's not about, it's like really is about species thriving in the galaxy is why I started this whole thing.
So a lot of your personal preferences, so for example, vegan versus having meat in your diet, a lot of people will ultimately, for simplicity, like you said, they just want to know what to do, follow it to the letter. And that's largely what, the products are going to be built around and whatnot. Is there some sort of thought to the nuance behind, I don't know, still making Blueprint accessible and not seem exclusionary to those who have meat in their diets? Because I imagine a lot of people that may otherwise have preferred to and have more easily hit their bioavailable B vitamin intake or protein quality intake scores might have got there easier should they kept it in if they had no qualms about removing it. It's like, how do we, like, how's that approached with Blueprint? Or is it just...
Yes. Why would you ever exclude somebody who's a selfish, retarded piece of shit who pays for innocent animals to be murdered because they think they need chicken to get protein?
Just that there's some level of responsibility that needs to be taken to understanding there's nuance to what you're saying.
I've really tried to be open that wherever you're at, whatever your situation is, come on in. You can take what you want. You can leave what you want. You can substitute. Fine. Like, I really try to be hands off and not be not be prescriptive.
I think the marketing is kind of like, this is the way though.
I know from my interactions with people, when you pull up to a situation and they're trying to assess what to do, they're going to have 1,000 questions, especially if they feel like it's their responsibility. If you have to decide whether to take NR or NMN, if you want your intracellular energy levels to be at some level, that will consume a person for months. And then even then they'll be still undecided because they'll find legitimate opinions on both sides of that argument. And I just see people get paralyzed. And so instead of doing anything positive for themselves, they do nothing because they feel totally paralyzed. And so what I'm trying to say is, if you're in a situation where you feel paralyzed in life, this is an option for you. Now, is there a power line here? Maybe. Could you get an additional 10 to 20% benefit by doing this or that? Maybe. But better than being paralyzed and doing nothing, here's an option for you. So I've just tried to put it in to say, I know you're confused. I know you're paralyzed. I know you have other things in life to do other than endlessly research these given topics. And then just when they think they have stuff situated, it's like a new trend happens where blank is now the thing. It's like, God damn it. I just got my life settled and now I have to wrestle this whole complicated thing. Yeah. And so I'm really just trying to, for those who just want a simple answer, I'm trying to say, here's what we found to be supported by evidence. Here's what my body said when it did this thing. Thousands of other people are doing it. We're gathering data. And that's why I started this 5,000 person self-experimentation study. We're going to put them on the same thing. What happens? And so we're measuring body composition, extensive blood work, questionnaires, wearable, and then daily check-ins. And so it's one of the largest and fastest studies ever done. We pulled it together in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, I definitely want to dive into that and the diet and the supplements and whatnot. One thing I did want to touch on though before I forget is, like, the headlines you mentioned, you're often criticized, and I feel like people give unrealistic expectations around what they think you should be looking like given the elaborate depth of your protocol. Because if you have 100 pills a day, you spend this much money per year, then you should look like you're 19 years old, even if you're 46. That's what people will assert, which is obviously unrealistic. And you only started really doing this front facing a few years ago anyways. There's only so much you can do with current technology, obviously. Right. But one thing I did see that was kind of interesting is a tweet by Elon Musk seemingly agreeing with people shitting on you for this. So some guy, Matt Paulson, my unpopular opinion of the day is that Bryan Johnson looked way better before he started spending $2 million per year on his body. Elon Musk, 100. And then you replied, you said, former Bryan didn't get invited to vampire cosplay as himself. And you tweeted with your likes higher than Elon's. Yeah. So, and then further to that, somebody basically shot back at you for, like, why are you posting this? And you said, the difference between Elon and me, I'll nourish you and drink your blood. He'll fire you and leave you to die. What is there beef between you and Elon, or what is going on there?
No, I'd say we're friends. Like we actually spent a lot of time together in the early days of brain interfaces when he was going to join Kernel as a co-founder with me. Okay. And it didn't work out. He ended up doing Neuralink, had to Kernel, but it was fine. Everything's great. So no, it's just playful banter. Okay. But I think what I'm trying to highlight here is we behave in ways that oftentimes escape our own awareness. And when someone like Elon has a presence in society, people will mirror his behaviors, knowingly and unknowingly. And he represents a certain zeitgeist of basically being a martyr for technological progress. He fully expects to die, and he lives his life in a manner where he's okay with the trade-off of accelerating his own death in exchange for pushing technology forward.
He's still doing that, you think?
He's still doing that. And his companies, if you are familiar with the culture of his companies, it is definitely an environment that people are not bragging about their speed of aging scores.
Right.
Yeah, it is definitely like, I'm grinding and my professional accomplishment in the pursuit of this mission. So it's wonderful in that it motivates people to do really hard things and work very hard. So from a human perspective, there's a lot of admirable things about that. And what I'm trying to call attention to is that disposition is representative of a time and place when death is inevitable, philosophically. Now that's been true for 200,000 years with Homo sapiens. And my observation with Blueprint is when you look at the time and place of how we've acquired the ability to engineer atoms and molecules in biology, and you look at the progress in medicine, and you see we're approaching superintelligence, we may have just crossed the threshold where death is no longer inevitable, or there's some radical extension of how long and how well we can live. Now, when that happens, you have to remap all of society from a framework to say death is inevitable, to death is like our lifespans are this unknown horizon. That changes everything about how you approach life. So now if I'm confronted and I say, am I willing to grind myself and increase my speed of aging and my probabilities of getting disease in exchange for this objective, or am I in a different era? And so what I'm calling attention to is he and I are the polar opposites of zeitgeist expectation. He says it's inevitable. I say it's worth the gamble to say we may be on the cusp of the most extraordinary existence in the galaxy, and I don't want to miss out. And so what I playfully was saying is, I'll nourish you and drink your blood. What I was trying to say is, in a funny way, is I am feeding people, literally. I'm trying to help them with their health and wellness. I'm trying to give them a framework and infrastructure to do that. Meanwhile, I'm also going to drink the blood.
Yeah, presumably at this point, and maybe the answer is still we don't know because I wouldn't expect you to have the answer, but just educated guess, even based on what you've seen. Some new literature has come out around centenarians and the blue zones and stuff that was once thought to be an explanation for why people are living to 100. What if you had to, I don't know, give a breakdown of the main factors that are driving 100 plus year olds, at least modern day?
Good genes, good food, and good exercise. That's really all it is. I'd say it's mainly genes. Majority of the fucking reason why these people are living to 100 is because of their genes.
What do you think the most common findings are?
Yeah, I wouldn't dare guess. Like, these are the kind of questions where I could run my mouth and I wouldn't be speaking with.
I wouldn't hold you to the accuracy of it, just like what your team has found pattern wise.
Yeah. I mean, they identify 5 things for power laws.
Are you looking forward to Squid Game Season 2? I still haven't seen Squid Games.
1 is don't smoke. 2 is a 6 hours a week of exercise. 4.5 hours in zone 2 through 4, then 90 minutes in zone 5. A blueprint-like diet, Mediterranean-like diet for BMI of 18.5 to 22.5, and then 5 is moderate alcohol consumption or none, but basically not excessive alcohol. And those 5 things get you to a life expectancy of 92.
Do we have any twin studies that show only difference being lifestyle and what the outcomes are, lifespan and health span?
I haven't seen them.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, because I can't think of a better comparison. Because oftentimes it's you implement a bunch of things you think will work, and you hope it worked, and you live to a certain age, but you don't.
It blows my mind how many simps would spend so much time and money to travel to the UK to have sex with Lily Phillips for only 5 minutes. She probably has STDs too. And now she plans to do the same thing with 1,000 men and only allow them 1 pump.
Yeah, she's not even, like, she's not like a knockout babe or anything. Like, I don't know if some people live in areas where they're just surrounded by ugly women or something, but I mean, yeah, just going outside for like 10 minutes, like I see, dozens of women who are fucking better looking than she is. I don't know why people get so hyped up over chicks like that. And, yeah, spending like thousands of dollars just to fuck some gross chick for like 5 minutes. I don't get it. Thanks for the donation. I wish I was a penguin. I love penguins, but I would not want to be a penguin. I'm not a big fan of the cold. But penguins are awesome.
If you ever had the option to instantly turn asexual, would you consider it? I know we can really get a kick out of sex, and so do some from taking a dump. But imagine if India passed on the option of not defecating just for some good shits now and then.
Like, I mean, if I could press a button and make it so humans didn't defecate, I don't know if I'd press that button. There are useful things you can use with poop, like fertilizer. I don't know. I wouldn't have an interest in becoming asexual. I kind of like sex. But thanks for the donation. I wish I was a penguin. Oh, Eric donated that. Thanks for the donation, Eric.
By the way, in case you're wondering, the stingray killed Steve by impaling his heart with the venomous stinger.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Steve Irwin's a fucking dickhead. He's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
VG, I have 2 Christmas sing requests for you.
Alright, I will sing these for you. Thanks for the donation, Riley. On the first day of Christmas, my true love sent to me a partridge in a pear tree. On the second day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a pear tree. On the third day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the fifth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the sixth day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the seventh day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 9th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 10th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 10 lords a-leaping, 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 gay a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 11th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a-leaping, 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 12 drummers drumming, 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a-leaping, 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a-milking, 7 swans a-swimming, 6 geese a-laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree. I remember I had a stupid dumb bitch teacher in the 4th grade. She literally looked like Miss Chokes on Dick from South Park. Her name was Miss Fraser. She got the fucking class to sing the stupid fucking song. And I refused to sing it because it's stupid and annoying. And she gave me a hard time about not singing it and then said, "I'm going to tell your parents you're being uncooperative." And I didn't even say anything to her. I just gave her, like, the stare, like, "You think I give a fuck, bitch?" And then I just sat there waiting for everybody to stop singing, and I realized I could kill every single one of those fucking kids in class with a fucking pencil and I would sleep like a fucking baby. Just useless, retarded sheep just doing what they're fucking told, singing a stupid, pointless fucking song for no reason. I really have no interest in any of them fucking living. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own. More than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There's just one thing I need. Don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I don't need to hang my stocking there upon the fireplace. Santa Claus won't make me happy with a toy on Christmas Day. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. Oh, I won't ask for much this Christmas. I won't even wish for snow. I'm just gonna keep on waiting underneath the mistletoe. I won't make a list and send it to the North Pole for Saint Nick. I won't even stay awake to hear those magic reindeer click, 'cause I just want you here tonight, holding on to me so tight. What more can I do? Oh baby, all I want for Christmas is you. You, baby. All the lights are shining so brightly everywhere, and the sound of children's laughter fills the air. And everyone is singing, I hear those sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me? I don't want a lot for Christmas, this is all I'm asking for. I just want to see my baby standing right outside my door. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true, oh baby, all I want for Christmas is you. You, baby, all I want for Christmas is you, baby, you. All I want for Christmas is you. All I want for Christmas is you, baby. Alright, that's good enough. Mariah Carey used to be pretty hot. She ended up marrying that fucking twink loser cuck dipshit Nick Cannon. Thanks for the donation, Riley. For some reason, everything looks green now. I think it was because I was staring at the pink for so long. Hey, Gum Gum.
It's unfortunate though that since he died Animal Planet Clay went downhill and went from making educational programs like The Most Exerum to making shows about people building tree houses that should really be on TLC.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Belly Vuggen donated $2. Is Christmas a Christian holiday? Well, at this point it is.
Here's your peppermint latte.
Why, thank you.
Happy holidays.
Excuse me? Don't you mean Merry Christmas?
We say happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, just happy holiday. Shepherds, back in Christmas.
Christians are really weird and creepy. Thanks for the donation, Belly Vuggen.
I don't actually know if it worked. You're just assuming based on data that also assumed based on those people without a control of a twin.
Yeah. I mean, this goes back to like why I love the full stand therapy, even with all the caveats that you raised legitimately. If we want to figure out how to punch through the limitations, you're not going to do it with supplementation, right? You're not going to, these things, they can take care of some things, but you're not going to increase lifespan by 20, 40, 50, 100 years. It's going to be through a power intervention like gene therapy or something else.
Yeah.
And so this is why I like playing with it, is if it crosses some safety threshold and we can get in the body and we can start playing with these things in a safe way, I'm down for it. Because I feel like we're playing high stakes with the species right now.
Yeah.
So I expect there to be an answer to our survivability in the very near future. And so I actually don't even think about living to 80, 90, 100. I think by, in 30 years time, the world is so
Yeah, I hate Nick Cannon. He's like a childish, retarded, libtard fuckwit. You should see some of his posts on social media freaking out, and he ended up deleting like a lot of his Twitter and crap. He's a fucking loser.
Recognizable from this moment that I just can't imagine planning for it.
Of the, like, obviously, I can understand why the higher risk, more novel approaches would be pursued to actually get some experiments accomplished that are worth talking about, as opposed to, oh, I implemented, fill in the blank supplement and I got a decrease in average glucose by 2 or something.
Exactly right.
So of the ones you've tried, what have been the most impactful and which ones, if any, were deleterious?
I mean, HGH was successful. So I had 3 MRIs looking at my thymus, and I rejuvenated my thymus by 7 years.
And has it maintained?
We haven't done a follow-up.
Okay.
But just look at the fat fraction. So it was a really hard result to achieve in terms of...
W. Donny Tillers is an old Irish parody of 12 Days of Christmas.
Don't hang up. It is me, Ambrose. Governor, do not give me guess who. Guess where is the question. Where the hell have you got to? Yeah, I gathered it is a phone box.
Day 1. Dear Nola, thank you very much for your lovely present of... Day 3. The birds' droppings keep for the vet, but the birds are okay again and their stitches is due to come out in a week or 2. The vet's bill was £8, but the mother is over her annoyance now, and the doves and the partridge are watching the telly from the pear tree as I write. Yours ever, Governor. Day 3. Dear Nola, we must be foremost in your thoughts. I had only just posted my letter when the 3 French hens arrived. There was another sort out between the hens and the doves who sided with the partridge, and the vet had to be sent for again. The mother was raging because the vet's bill was £16 this time, but she has almost cooled down. However, the fact that the birds' droppings keep falling down in her hair while she's watching the telly doesn't help matters. Thanking you for your kindness, I remain your Governor. Day 4. Dear Nola, you mustn't have received my last letter when you were sending us the 4 calling birds. There was pandemonium again in the pear tree last night, and the vet's bill was £32. The mother is on sedation as I write. I know you mean no harm, and remain your close friend, Governor. Day 5.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Oh, good. That'll be the vet, dear. I'd better go and let him in.
dear.
Oh, very glad indeed you could come round, sir.
Not at all. Now, what seems to be the problem? You can tell me. I'm a vet, you know.
See?
Tell him, dear.
Well,
It's our cat. He doesn't do anything. He just sits out there on the lawn. Is he dead? Oh. Thank God for that. For one ghastly moment, I thought I was too late. If only more people would call in the nick of time. He just sits there all day and every day.
And at night?
Almost motionless. We have to take his food out to him.
And his milk?
He doesn't do anything. He just sits there. Are you at your wits' end? Definitely, yes. I see. Well, I think I may be able to help you. You see... Your cat is suffering from what we vets haven't found a word for. This condition is typified by total physical inertia, absence of interest in its ambience, what we vets call environment. Failure to respond to the conventional external stimuli, a ball of string, a nice juicy mouse, a bird. To be blunt, your cat is in a rut. It's the old stockbroker syndrome, the suburban fin de siècle ennui, angst, Weltschmerz, call it what you will. Moping. In a way. Moping. I must remember that. Now, what's to be done? Tell me, sir, have you confused your cat recently?
Well, shh. No.
Yes. Well, I think I can definitely say that your cat badly needs to be confused.
What? Shh. What?
Confused. To shake it out of its state of complacency. I'm afraid I'm not personally qualified to confuse cats, but I can recommend an extremely good service. Here is their card.
Oh, Confuse a Cat Limited.
Cat Limited.
Oh.
Eyes, but delete! Eyes! Cat confusers! Confusers! Halt!
Oh man, we've got a pretty difficult cat today, so let's get straight on with it. Jolly good. Thank you, Doctor.
Confusers! Get into the van and fetch out! Wait for it! Fetch out! The funny things! Whoa! What do? Get those funny things up! Stay! Ready for confusion! Ta!
Very good. Carry on, Sergeant.
Left! Down! Double! Left!
Right, men. Confuse the cat.
Large ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, it's working. I think this cat has been confused. How are you doing, Gum Gum? There's my little baby. Yeah, it's a good boy. You are so big. Oh my God. Such a big, beautiful kitty. Yeah, you know I love you. Gum Gum's purring.
Oh, I can't believe it. Neither can I. It's just like the old days. He's cured. Oh, thank you, General. What can we ever do to repay you?
No need to, sir. It's all in the day's work for Confuse a Cat.
Dodo and $8. Heck, they even admit they are not a channel about animals anymore.
It's not about killer fish.
This is the one I wanted.
It's about a man chasing a legend. It's not about pit bulls.
These dogs are the best dogs in the world.
It's about an ex-con with a big heart and a foul mouth. It's not about whales.
If it costs me my life, then it's just the way it is.
It's about 42 diehards on a mission. Animal Planet.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How is you? I'm trying to trick myself into feeling good.
Well, that's the funny thing, dude. You don't need to trick yourself. It's all from within. We just don't realize it.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh. That's a good dog. It's a nice dog. Yeah, is that Arizona? Yeah, Arizona's pretty boring. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Gumble Putty was a really good one.
Beethoven, Mozart, Chopin, Liszt, Brahms, Panties, I'm sorry, Schumann, Schubert, Mendelssohn, and Bach. Names that will live forever. But there is one composer whose name is never included with the greats. Why is it the world never remembered the name of Johann Gambelputty? De von Ausfern, Splendenschlitt, Krasskrenbon, Friediggedangeldungel, Barstein, von Neckerthresher, Appelbanger, Horowitz, Tickelenzig, Grandenotti Speltikel, Grandlich, Grunwald, Spelterwasser, Köstlich, Imbel, Eisenbahnwagen, Guten Abend bitte, eine Nürnberger Bratwürstel, gespürt mit 2 Markelube Hunsfurt, Gumberabe, Schonendanke, Kalbsfleisch, Mittelraker von Hauptkopf of Ulm. To do justice to this man, thought by many to be the greatest name in German Baroque music, we present a profile of Johann Gambelputty. De von Ausfern, Splendenschlitt, Krasskren, von Friediggedangeldungel, Barstein, von Neckerthresher, Appelbanger, Horowitz, Tickelenzig, Grandenotti Speltingel, Grandlich, Grunwald, Spelterwasser, Köstlich, Imbel, Eisenbahnwagen, Guten Abend bitte, eine Nürnberger Bratwürstel, gespürt mit 2 Markelube Hunsfurt, Gumberabe, Schonendanke, Kalbsfleisch, Mittelraker von Hauptkopf of Ulm. We start with an interview with his only surviving relative, Karl Gambelputty. De von Ausfern.
Ja, first met Johann Gambelputty, de von Ausfern, Spledenslit, Crash, Quinbon, Freudige, Dingle, Dongle, Dangle, Doom. Börstein. Von Nakasasha Happelbanger har det vits til golden sick grændenati spelting grænle Grumbelmeier spelte was så kørselig. Immel Heisenbaden Wagen og Arben bitte. In Ønværker. Bratwurstel gespærten mit vej mærkelige hønsfødt. Uber habe schön Abschlecht mit Raucher von Kaufkraft. Og øl. When he was with his wife, Sarah Gamble put it.
Yes, if I may just cut in on you there, Herr Gamble-Potty von Ausfern, Spelten, Schlittkress, Börstein, Nacheflasche, Applebanger, Tickelenzig, Grande Notti, Spelting, Grandlich, Grumbelmarsch, Spelte, Wasserkurslich, Himbel, Eisenbahn, Wagen, guten Abend, bitte, ein Nürnberger Bratwurst, gesperrt mit Zwiebach, Lube, Hunsfurt, Gumbe, aber schönen Dank, Kalbfleisch, Mittelwache, Bonabkopf, verwohlen. And ask you just quickly if there's any particular thing that you remember about Johann Gamble-Potty, von Aus, really good, Dingo, Dango, 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 Bullstein von Nakathrasher, Banger, Tickelenzig, Grande, Notti, Spelting, Grande, Gumbelmar, Spelte, Wasserkurtlich, Himbel, Eisenbahn, Wagen, guten Abend, bitte, ein Nürnberger Bratwürstel, gesperrt mit Zwiebach, Oberhunds, Futgumber, aber schönen Dank, Kalbfleisch, Mittelraucher, von Hauptkopf,
Lucky gum gum.
A tribute to Johann Gamble-Potty, to von Alphen.
Schlitt Krass Kremble, Frau Dickadingo, Dango, Dongo.
Dungle Börstein von Nakathrasher. Omega Horvitz to golden sick. Grande Notti.
Computationally doing the analysis of the MRI and building the models. But yeah, we are very proud of that. No one really cared. It's not, penis injection is something people understand. Thymus rejuvenation is a much more esoteric thing to understand.
Is there a way you could summarize what a thymus does?
Yeah, fair. So thymus sits like right here, and it modulates the immune system. So as it begins aging, I believe at age 13, and it just steadily declines. And so that's why old people die from.
That muffin donate $2. Let me see.
You still look like an angel. I heard you're doing fine. Got promoted back in April.
What in the fuck?
And you met some
What?
dad says he's okay. Well, I've never been better. Things are going.
That is just completely unnecessary. Oh my god, dude. Road rage.
And she?
What in the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, that's why there's so many traffic fatalities. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
From the flu and pneumonia, because the immune system has just been worn down. And so the stronger your thymus is, the better your immune system is. And so by taking the thymus back in time, it's one of the power laws of staying alive.
Gotcha.
And so that was cool, but the HGH came at a huge cost, so we looked at other ways to do it.
Did you try peptides like GH secretagogues in place of it to see if you...
We've looked at it, yeah. So if we tried to do this again, we would have to go with some peptides.
Because 1.8 IU is not that high of a dose to where... what'd your IGF-1 end up at?
141.
What was your baseline?
Well, 111. No, I'm sorry, 161, and I was like 111, 110.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, like that's not... it's the contingent on the person sometimes with liver-specific conversion, and it's not the same as actual in the muscle. You're not going to measure that without biopsies. But, I feel like you could probably get close results if you were only going to push it that hard with exogenous HGH with endogenously regulated peptides using something that's been even FDA approved, like tesamorelin, for example, with ipamorelin or something.
Right. So. Yeah. I've got some I've got in the fridge. But like I say, okay, so to answer your question, what I think is interesting is if you look at maybe a few hundred biomarkers I have, like the ones that I think are relevant, I have almost no detectable inflammation in my body. So that's interesting. Inflammation is a big problem.
Are you just using, what markers are you assessing inflammation with?
HSCRP. There's a few others I'm forgetting. What other ones measure?
HSCRP is acute, typically, as far as reliable ones for like systemic activity. Off the top of my head.
There's others we measure, I just forget what they are.
Yeah, escaping me right now.
Yeah.
As well.
So yeah, so like basically zero detectable inflammation in my body. My cardiovascular capacity, my VO2 max, my top 1.5% of 18-year-olds, my strength is also improved.
What about so TRT was sort of short term.
Yeah.
How come you decided to come off? You just wanted the fertility metrics back, or?
We hypothesized that caloric restriction would be one of the biggest yields, and so I was 25% caloric restricted, and I got really skinny.
Yeah.
And then we decided to go to 10%, and we saw none of my markers change negatively. So it appeared as if we were getting the same benefits from 10% to 20%.
And just to clarify, the 25% or.
Problem with super intelligent dictatorship is that AI doesn't have moral values, emotion, heart. It is programmed with morals from humans. AI thinks in logic, math, reason only. Well, yeah, that would be ideal. Do you want an AI to be gay? Ugh. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need an AI to be moral. You just program it with task objectives. So maximize wealth, maximize like human lifespan, maximize human health span. You just give it these objective tasks. So it doesn't need to be moral. It just needs to be programmed with specific task objectives. And as long as the task objectives are well thought out and specific enough, you end up with the outcomes you want. Let's see. Dodo donated $2.
The mosaic of different sectarian groups here in Syria, minorities as well. Are you going to keep those promises?
The Syrian population has lived together for thousands of years. We're going to discuss all of it. We're going to have dialogue and make sure everyone is represented. The old regime always played on sectarian divisions, but we won't. We were welcomed in all the big cities by all the sects. I think the revolution can contain...
Didn't he already announce that he's going to enact Sharia law?
...in everybody.
So this isn't going to be some kind of a caliphate, or you're not going to make Syria into a country like Afghanistan, because you know that there are people who say that maybe you want to behave like the Taliban.
There are many differences between Syria and the Taliban. The way we govern is different. Afghanistan is a tribal community. Syria is completely different. The people just don't think in the same way. The Syrian government and the ruling system will be in line with Syria's history and culture.
So the culture of Syria includes rights for women, it includes education for women, it includes tolerance for people drinking alcohol. Is that all acceptable to you?
When it comes to women's education, of course.
Well, we're definitely going to ban alcohol because, as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, alcohol is not haram, but we are going to make it okay to have sex with 9-year-old girls. So we do have very high moral standards, but we are acceptable with other minorities and lifestyle, as long as they have sex with 9-year-old girl and don't drink alcohol. Bootycom donated $2. Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there were... I don't know, like, this guy's clearly media trained. I think he's probably full of shit. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
We've had universities in Idlib for more than 8 years. I think the percentage of women in universities is more than 60%.
And alcohol?
There are many things I just don't have the right to talk about because they are legal issues. There will be a Syrian committee of legal experts to write a constitution. They will decide, and any ruler or president will have to follow the law.
Let's talk about wider issues that you face. First,
yeah, the guy who literally announced Sharia law, I don't have high hopes.
For 20% was 1,950 calories, and the 10% is 2,250.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep. And so but like to an observer's credit, we haven't taken me to 2,700 and done the test on what's going to change from 2,250 to 2,750.
Yeah.
So I would just give them, I agree, like these observations are legit. And so I'm up, and then in doing that, I went off TRT, and my fertility did increase. And I'm trying to think if there's other markers.
LH and FSH, how did those change from 1950 to 2250?
We just got that data back. I forget. They never exited normal ranges.
I would be curious if they were like subclinical on the 1950 though, because you said your natural T was like 400 or something when you were that calorically restricted, even before TRT.
I need to look. Yeah, I think it's 500, but I need to check.
Because it's not even that bad. Realistically, like 500 is. I know plenty of people with 500 that function just fine. So were you symptomatic, or was it more just like I want to make sure I'm at the upper optimal?
We were trying to make sure. Yeah. So like would we do TRT again? Maybe not. Yeah.
Did you notice a difference when you went on it in terms of vitality, quality of life, libido, muscle building potential, etc.?
I think I feel better now than when I was on it.
Okay.
But it's also hard to know because I may be getting the uptick of the follistatin.
Sure.
Like I've had over the past, so now I'm 4 months into follistatin, I've been experiencing some weird things where like my stability, like to stand on one foot and to be able to be stable on one foot, has dramatically improved. And I was just doing this with my kids where we were playing this game of like, let's both stand on a foot and play the game of who could push each other over. And I was beating them. And like, this is weird. Before I was not this stable. And so I actually was talking to Minicircle, and they were saying, like people are seeing improvement in these neuromuscular structures of this and that. I thought that's unexpected. So we haven't measured this. So I can't speak with confidence, but I can just say my experience has been, I feel better, more stable, more capable than I can remember myself feeling. And
Flufflemuck donated, do you think a sentient AI is theoretically a nomologically possible in the indefinite future, or is it impossible? I wouldn't say it's impossible. We're not exactly sure what actually causes consciousness. So I don't know why necessarily you would need a biological organism to experience sentience. Like just makes a logical sense that you could create, a similar type of structure in a computer or something to generate sentience. So I would say it's possible. Definitely plausible. Thanks for the donation, Flufflemuck. Bootycam donated $1.54 for the tards. 154.
Hostages home and finally brings relief to people who suffered and continue to suffer every single day.
In Syria, the country's new leader, Mohammed al-Golani, declared his group will implement Sharia law and have a morality police.
The Ministry of Interior will have morality police led by clerics and mullahs. People will be told to obey Sharia without using sticks. If we move with a stick, this shows our inability to convey Sharia to people. We will respond with force to those who try to prevent us from implementing Sharia.
Nina Shea, director
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
of religious freedom at the Hudson Institute, told CBN News what Sharia law means for Syrian Christians.
They will have to conform with Muslim laws, Islamic law. That means that they will be restricted in what they can say, how they can pray, where they can pray. They will be restricted, and women will be very restricted in their dress, in particular.
Shea says Christians in the West need to stand up for Syrian Christians at this dangerous time.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Dodo donated $2.
Do you believe in democracy?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Non-Muslims, they generally view democracy as a good thing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is democracy? Democracy is that the people, the majority choose the ruler, and the rules are applied in the country based on what the majority chose. So if the majority of the Muslims choose a law in their land, if you leave Islam in our country, you will have a capital punishment. Why is that a problem if you believe in democracy? Since the majority chose that.
That is a good point, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're a person who believes in democracy, the last thing I want to hear from the liberals who believe in democracy.
That is fundamentally undemocratic. That's why. This is like saying if it was democratically chosen to not have a democracy, wouldn't not like having a dictatorship be a good thing because it's pro-democracy? It's just oxymoronic. You're basically saying that if you don't abide by some sort of social standard where, you believe in like a certain religion, whereas everybody else believes in a different religion, you get the death penalty. That idea is inherently undemocratic. It's fascist.
Democracy is to come and complain about a law that can only be applied in Islamic State, because the law of someone leaving his religion being punished can only be applied in a Sharia state.
Yeah, that's very easy to argue against, and that guy's an idiot. Islam is bigoted. I have to agree.
On being an empowered woman and not associating myself with religion. I respect it. I respect everything.
You don't?
You do? No, I do.
I'll tell you don't. I'll prove it to you.
Man.
Why?
Because I just keep myself to myself.
No, I understand that, but what happens in life, right? We say things we think we mean. But I'm telling you right now, what you just said to me right now, I respect all religions.
But just because I'm not Muslim doesn't mean I don't respect Islam.
No. Explain something to you. I can prove to you right now, honestly. Let me test you with something, if you don't mind. I have something called Hamza's method. When I speak to non-Muslims, not necessarily about Islam, but about the reality of life. Okay. I've tried it 3 times tonight, and 3 times the people I spoke to failed to get past question number 1.
Go on then, Hamza, go on.
All right, question number 1. Do you believe in the concept of the absolute truth?
No. What do you mean?
He plays these word games with people who aren't really used to debating, and then it's just a gaslighting tactic.
Everyone believed in Islam, and you asked, what do we all think about gay people? What would people say?
You're really worried about that?
Yeah.
Me personally? You're asking me?
I'm asking as a whole, if you walked into a, like I said...
Okay, it's not normal.
Yeah, it's not normal.
It's not the not normal thing for human beings,
Respect, gone, that's it. Nice to meet you, thank you. No. Everyone believes...
Being homosexual or being bisexual or being anything other than heterosexual is a sin, but Allah creates you like that.
What does you mean? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent magic down via Harut and Marut. Sihr, which is something that takes you at the fold of Islam. The act of homosexuality doesn't take you at the fold of Islam, but involving in sihr can take you out the fold of Islam. Yeah? So now they were sent down and the angels told them, we are sent down as a test. What are you going to say? But Allah sent down sihr. But Allah sent down sihr. But Allah sent it. Did Allah sent it and Allah gave me the inclination that I want to do sihr? What kind of justification is this? You can't use this justification of we are created like this.
Yeah, Ali Dawa's psycho. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. That was Christian Broadcast Network. When is it from? I can't find any other reports on it. Can you find something? The HTS leader saying they're implementing Sharia law. Also, how come they haven't done that in Idlib yet? That they controlled. I don't know. That's the original source that I saw the claim from, that they're implementing Sharia. Again, this guy's like a former Al-Qaeda leader, so we'll see. Time will tell. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
But yeah, also, if you go enough DRT, the full stack may be picking up some things. I also did the mesenchymal stem cells. So back to the point before, we're trying to isolate, but some of these things become emergent, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what's happening there.
One of the things that is interesting about follistatin and its effect on fertility, though, which is notable because we're talking about how it might be causing an uptick, is it's a binding protein. So it's not like it just binds myostatin and that's its only function. It actually used to be called FSH suppressing protein. So one of the concerns with it, one of the primary ones, is actually lowering FSH. So obviously, I would assume it not to be the case. Obviously, it's conflated with the fact that you're off TRT, so your pituitary is going to do what it needs to do to produce hormones. But I'd be interested in what baseline metrics of FSH relative to post-Follistatin, because I would expect, if anything, diminishment in fertility, hopefully none though, not necessarily improvement. So that would be kind of odd to see upticks responsible by the, because it's like, it's literally released as a regulating mechanism to inhibit FSH output in humans, like endogenously. So I would be, quite skeptical of that. But the, balance thing is interesting for sure.
Yeah, I want to pull up my data right now so we can talk about it.
Oh, sure.
But this is the thing is, like, in no way do I feel righteous about what we're doing. I'm fully open to being wrong. I'm fully open to being corrected. I'm fully open to there being another explanation. Like, I'm genuinely trying to be an open science experiment where I don't come with an agenda that is trying to spin things.
I guess just for transparency then on that, like, which endeavors do you have monetary upside in of the things that we talk about or you talk about at all?
None. So we have the blueprint.
Booty Cam didn't tell ours Dodo. It was on their Telegram, for fuck's sakes. All right, well, there you go, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Products, which people can buy. Outside of that, people can do whatever they please.
So like the age test, there's no like phantom equity structure. That
This is I think they have the best methylation test. Yeah, and I basically just share what I do.
Yeah,
and just say you can have it. But no, there's not a behind the scenes evil scheme on what I say and why I say it.
So whose olive oil did you buy before yours?
We bought it from 4 or 5 different manufacturers. We were sourcing from farms around the world.
Okay.
So we have these specs we were trying to achieve. And we call them and say, we're looking for high polyphenol oil. Can you send us some stuff?
But like the stuff you used previous to that, just as you were in your diet.
Same. Yeah,
we were
literally sourcing from all over the place. And then it became a thing where we were sourcing this olive oil, and then friends and family would be like, we want. And so we're like, okay, we need to solve this problem. But no, I've tried to have a very clean structure of this is the open science project, and this is my money making stuff. They don't cross.
Yeah.
And so, can I find an error? Maybe, but I've really tried to be clean to say, like, you can trust this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll raise the flag if there's a conflict.
So you said 15% of your diet is comprised by olive oil calories or extra virgin olive oil. Just for clarity, could you like explain the difference between regular and extra virgin? Because I feel like it's often not known.
Yeah, we look at 6 criteria for the olive oil. So one, it's there's a process where it's cold pressed. We can't say this publicly because the FDA strips down the language you can use to basically you can say nothing. You can say something like helps promote blank or may support blank. But the evidence we saw in terms of across the spectrum from every indication, it's just one of the most powerful foods. And so yeah, I do 45 mLs a day, 3 tablespoons.
Huh. That's interesting on the claims because there was a couple I had written down that I thought were pretty strong that I heard on the Diary of CEO podcast.
You know what? That was before we went through the process. And so when I did that podcast and we started going through the whole process, like, oh my God, what's your caloric intake now?
Depends, but often around 3,000.
Yeah.
But I should cut back realistically.
You should cut back?
Yeah.
Why?
Like I would like to maintain a leaner body composition sustainably. And I am still a little bit of the entrepreneur who burns the candle at both ends right now and often will choose convenience over exactly what I'd even advise often. So it's like a practice what you preach. You need to actually do that kind of thing right now for me. It's not like a parable by any means, but my standard, certainly not where it would be. And I've been much leaner in the past with, and I felt it was a much better representation of, like for me in particular, I hold fat in areas that I need to get very lean to get like a lean chiseled face, for example. I need to be like borderline sub 9% body fat often. And, it's just a matter of, probably writing it down and just adhering to it because it's been a minute since I've actually wrote a plan for myself, but that's always what made me get the job done. So
what's your body comp and where do you want it to be?
Right now I'm about 210, 215. If I was to ballpark, I'd say maybe 14% body fat, 15% maybe, and 10 at the same body weight probably. And I think just getting back into the regimen would be enough to get me there. But yeah, right now it's very, time efficiency mode, not necessarily prioritizing what I should be, but
is it primarily work?
Yeah. The problem is when you're a content creator, you're the face of the companies, but I am also kind of like I have to make the products too, because I'm the formulator. So with supplements in particular, like even this energy drink, for example, like there's no one I would trust to make it. And often not even designing it because I don't want to endorse something with my face on it if I'm not intimately involved with its creation. So it's often micromanaging the product dev process, which is never-ending endeavor because there's infinite amounts of SKUs, different flavor variants, different product weights for the same products, new regulations around labeling, proofreading everything to make sure there's no typos and weird obscure ingredient names. It's just like, I describe my day as death by 1,000 cuts. And it needs to not be like that. And I think at some point I'm just going to have to let what happens happen and kind of just go hands-off mode. But yeah, it's tough because it's often when I see influencer run brands, the influencer gets to be an influencer versus actually operate. So I'm sort of playing like
both roles,
pseudo CMO, COO, product dev manager, simultaneous with content creator. and doing a bad job at the content creation. I used to be 2 videos a day output wise, and now I'm like, I don't know, 1 a month if I'm lucky. So
2 a day,
ruthless.
That's intense.
Yeah, that's dedication. That was savage back then. I had sort of deluded myself into believing something bad would happen if I didn't get them done, and I think I went a year straight without missing a day.
How do you
Booty Cam Donate Tellers, and they literally admit it, like on the BBC when they get asked questions like, will this group have these rights and so on, then they were like, well, this is very complicated. No, it's not complicated. Don't do Islamic law. All word games by them. Well, yeah, it's pretty clear, you know, what they want to do. Islam is one of the worst things to happen to fucking humanity, dude. Just some random, retarded, fucking illiterate jackass who just lied through his teeth to get people to do what he wants, and to this day, people still believe in it because they're fucking stupid chimps. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
you feel now? How would you compare your state of well-being now versus before?
I would say I'm definitely happier now because I have a lot of other things worked out in my life that support that happiness. Like relationship is great. She supports what I do, even with the crazy schedule, and it kind of works out very well considering she does shift work too. So it's like my weird entrepreneur schedule aligns with her weird physicist schedule. But I don't know. It's just like the companies have so much promise and potential that I know can be realized. It just needs to happen. So I'm very optimistic and enthusiastic about each day. It just physically pains me to see my time just bleed away, and plan on selling them ever. I just medical providers who pride themselves on continuously educating themselves. So for me, like the reason I like making content too is because I talk about the newest literature from there.
Can you think of a time where you serpentined your way to a certain conclusion you have now, but you were on the opposite side of that observation some time ago, and others were too? Can you map your own evolution through the fog of trying to figure out the science? Not to say we've ever landed, but just whatever the time and point is now.
So like something I've changed my mind on potentially. Like, yeah. Okay.
And maybe where you've seen those who you respect also maintain a similar opinion, and then people kind of moved about in their opinion. So you alone, and then you plus others.
Man, there's definitely examples. I'm just trying to think of a good one. I remember back in the day, this is I guess relevant to our conversation, we used to think the only rate limiting step on muscle growth potential was myostatin, because there was certain rodent literature where you would administer anabolic steroids at a super physiologic level and they would work out and gain muscle, but then their myostatin would elevate. And then we were under the impression that this is the thing that if you were able to eliminate.
Shmeems donate $2. This looks like a fucking TV movie. Oh yeah, jeez. This looks so bad. It's so weird, like, there's so many just flat, straight angles, too, with all of these shots. This has to be low budget as fuck, dude. It has to be. Like, the color grading is kind of weird, too. Yeah, this is gonna be terrible. Absolutely dog shit. If I had to guess, I would imagine they're operating on a pretty strict budget right now because the superhero movies are not doing too well. But that looks like fucking terrible. Oh, Jesus.
Sombra. Yep. Bitch. The door.
Okay, I don't understand that one.
Hey, I just came in person to make extra sure I'd be covered for the surgery I need in 30 minutes. It says here that, like, no. What? Why? Okay, so you have the Premium Gold Plus plan, right? It says here in the contract that we literally never have to give you money for any reason ever if we just, like, don't feel like it. What? Stop making my job so hard. At least give me a real
Yeah, that's American healthcare. Yeah, we've already seen that one. Thanks for the donation, Shmeems. Kid Boo donated $2.
Yeah, got any soap for y'all. Honestly, everybody, I cannot tell if this is a man or woman. This person is androgynous. Well, it says woman. There's like a woman right there. But watch, you let me know what you think. Well, before we play the video, Chris, what do you think?
Right there, I'd say it looked like a woman.
Yeah,
yeah. Right there. Like, yeah. That's what I was saying.
Let's roll the video. Got earrings. That can't be a woman. It's no way. It doesn't walk like a woman. Wow.
That was crazy.
Kristen, that was crazy. She did that with her bare fist. Yeah.
People are stupid. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Spleen donate $2. Please react to 4240, 4750.
Yo, are you allowed to watch this? Wanna see you react
My name
to
is
it.
Andrew Callahan, and you're watching Channel.
Israel, Hezbollah. I'll save that for tomorrow, probably. We're not going to have enough time tonight. Thanks for the donation, Farce.
People that think there's something wrong with that, but that's how disconnected society is.
That's the look. I think one of the most absurd positions anyone can take is they're a vegan for an ethical reason. It's preposterous. You could do it for a medical reason, even though I don't know what that reason would be. But
We've already reacted to this. Yeah, they just say stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, Spleen.
It would prevent any bottleneck of growth.
yeah.
But it turns out, shockingly, there's many other things going on in the body. It's not just that. Yeah. So, because if it was the case that it was just that, the gene therapy, for example, you could just megadose into the stratosphere and become Mr. Olympia and never touch steroids. Yeah. And it doesn't work like that. That was one thing I changed my mind on, because I had even made content years back saying, the reason, like, there was a whole cycling protocol around hormone use based on this myostatin elevation too. It would be you would use a certain amount of PEDs until the myostatin had reached some level that made it impossible to continue to grow, and then you come off the hormones, let it clear, wait for myostatin to drop down. And in human studies, we actually saw, of the limited data available, there wasn't really a clear pattern of what myostatin was doing. Sometimes you would see individuals exposed to high doses of testosterone and their myostatin would go up, and then you'd assume, okay, well, now they're gonna stop growing or something. But then by the end of the study, week 20, their myostatin would actually go back to baseline. I was like, oh, well, like, how do you explain that? They're still on 600 milligrams of testosterone, which is a lot. So stuff like that kind of changed my opinion of, I guess, mechanistically how muscle growth in performance enhancing drug users was accomplished or limited. That's just one thing I could think.
Coming from now, do your parents? Can I ask you more questions?
Sure.
Yeah. What about your parents? What are they like? Where do they come from, and what's their situation in life?
My mom is full Italian. Family comes from Italy. She was an ESL student when she was younger and learned English and is fluent now, but she was in an Italian community when she was younger. And then my dad's just like, I don't know, typical white guy. And I don't really know. He's like Irish and Scottish mix or something. And yeah, they fortunately are still together, and they imparted good values on me, I think. And it's interesting though, because I have a sister and she does not necessarily share the same, like, she's more polite, more easy to speak with, just like an all around great human, but certainly doesn't share the same, brain chemistry as I do. I don't know, certain types of behavior, I guess, or maybe masculine traits anyway. So perhaps it's also just, the hormonal differentiation, but like there's definitely some component of rolling the dice of, as I grew up, I kind of just like diverged in not doing the traditional, I went to university and got a degree, but then something about the system just didn't appeal to me, and I knew I had to go do something else. And then it led me down this rabbit hole that no one else is really doing in my area. Because in Canada, at least at the time, now it's popular to be an influencer, but back then no one was doing it, especially where I'm from. So
Dodo donate $2. Do you like how dominant and controlling he is? Yeah, that's not how that works. I'd love to see you stomp Elon Musk's face into the pavement where it belongs.
Over the last few weeks, the IDF has uncovered troves of videos and images from Palestine.
So we are here to ask people, free Palestine or see Palestine?
We've actually got today what we call an IPAL. Do you think that the Gazans want Hamas to rule?
Yeah. I think they do. Yeah.
Yes. I like them. They tough. Yeah. Yes. I'm Muslim. That's why. I'm part of the Nation of Islam.
Can we show you this video that was just released?
Okay. Yes.
This is Gazans speaking themselves.
Do you know who Sinwar is?
That was the leader of Hamas that Israel just killed. So in this video, they're very happy about that, which even surprised me. And this is in contrast to what I saw in the West Bank, where they love Hamas because they haven't had to deal with the direct repercussions.
This is big, I feel like.
What is your opinion after seeing Gazans speak out against Hamas and actually thank Israel for giving them food and shelter while Hamas...
And making a new world in Minecraft. Give me a short word or phrase for the seed. It will randomize the world generation and perhaps give me something cool, less than 30 characters.
Yay. So there you go. Hope that helps. Appreciate the donation, Chamomile Cam.
Hamas has left them to die.
I respect Israel for doing that. Like, I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, those are the real victims.
Definitely surprising because, yeah, I thought it was more like Israel versus Palestine.
A lot of people have been saying Gaza was an open-air prison before 10/7. This is a Gaza tourist video.
Ooh.
Does it look like an open-air prison?
No, it really don't.
Thriving.
It's actually beautiful.
The open-air prison argument was just propaganda.
Yeah.
You know what this image is?
That's Sinwar, the head of Hamas. That's his wife. He took his family down into the tunnel, left all the people of Gaza up there to be destroyed.
She has a Hermes bag that's over $30,000. Yeah.
The money that people send to Palestine is really paying for Hamas.
Wow.
People in Gaza are suffering.
Above the tunnels. Kind of a crazy contrast.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Look at this. This is an image of a child's bedroom. Snoopy, you think that's literally
Yeah,
kids,
Snoopy.
these weapons, and a tunnel underneath.
Wow.
Do you know about the hostages that are still held in Gaza?
No.
Living in...
Yeah, a lot of people are ignorant morons. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Elias donated $2. Let me see.
Now in the desert with Buhari tours, and we are with the camels, and this is camel urine to get healed. It smells really strong. Oh, that's really salty.
Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, I've seen that. Somebody literally sent me that last stream.
I came, I saw, I praise the Lord and break the law. I take what's mine and take some more. It rains, it pours, it rains, it pours.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Yeah, it's my upbringing was, it's funny because I've had dinners with hyper successful entrepreneurs and they often point to some traumatic episode or like thing in their life that made them the level of insecurity to achieve what they have. And I was at this dinner relatively recently with people net worths in the hundreds of millions. And they did a poll. They were like, raise your hand if you're not fucked up, basically. And like nothing that you could point to as like triggering is why you're the way you are. And I was, I think one other person and myself put up our hands and no one else did in a room of like 20 plus really successful rich people. And they were like more interested in hearing about my lack of trauma than they wanted to hear about everyone else's trauma because that's the rare thing apparently. So that was pretty baffling to me. So I don't think I can point to any like significant thing that, you know, I'm not even sure if I've answered the question, but I feel like I had a very standard but good upbringing.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like you are an anomaly in the path you chose, from where you're from the social expectations of your community, of how someone spends their life, what level of success is achievable, like how a person can reasonably imagine becoming successful, and you've kind of just defied all odds to become the person you are today with the opportunities that you have.
Perhaps, and I appreciate you gassing me up, but I also am hyper aware that it could be fleeting and I'm not the most special person ever and I need to capitalize on the opportunity and feel very...
That's very helpful to understand.
Okay.
I appreciate you. Yeah.
No, yeah, that was cool. I actually just did a podcast with, do you know Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
he was dunking on me yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What happened?
He was saying that my life philosophy sucks.
Basically. It's really interesting because, so I was just in Toronto and did his podcast, and it's the first time I've ever, and it was cool, but I felt like I was being like psychoanalyzed.
Yeah, sure.
And then I came here, and then I also got psychoanalyzed.
Yeah.
And it was, no,
leave me alone.
I've never had that, and to happen like twice in a row. It was pretty interesting.
What did he assess?
Basically just, the whole podcast was centered around how I got to where I am and the journey there, and then dissecting the pieces along the way of what, I don't know, psychology I might have had and why it is motivating me, and takeaways for people who are entrepreneurially inclined. And he's just a gold mine of, I don't know, motivation and insight. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to watch him kind of just dissect my journey, so to speak. But it was cool. Yeah.
What'd you think of him?
He is very professional, amazing speaker, literally no errors, even when he was, thyroid hormone. I was meaning to ask you about that. So you've been on it since 21.
Mm-hmm.
And have you ever considered coming off now that you're super dialed? Like, was it an autoimmune thing, or?
It wasn't. We tested for it. Yeah. I mean, sure. What do you suggest?
No, I'm just wondering, like, if you came off, would you crash, or do you have an idea of what caused it to begin with? Or?
Yeah, I came back from Ecuador after being in Ecuador for 2 years.
Yeah.
I just did a routine blood draw, and my doctor called me in and diagnosed. So I don't think I I don't remember having a blood draw earlier, you know, like, or I'm sure I did as a kid. I just don't remember. So I'm not sure how long it was around and when it was properly diagnosed.
Huh. So they just like chuck you on Synthroid after a sky high TSH or something?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they put me on Synthroid. And then I started taking Armor Thyroid. So I paired those two, and that nailed it for me. But it's just on Synthroid alone, I could never get my T3, T4, free T3, right? T3, T4, free T4. Forget.
The binding protein thing is the same. So like you have T3, free T3, T4, free T4.
Yeah. Those have been dialed in now for a decade.
Okay.
They're great. But yeah, it's a great question. Like, could I do something? We haven't touched it at all in Blueprint.
It's just, this is interesting because you have the confidence to come off of testosterone, people. But for thyroid, which, like, I guess you've been on it for 20 plus years, so perhaps there's more hesitancy to come off of something you like rely on in the transition phase of what could happen. Is that?
Yeah, it's an interesting experiment. I think, why not?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. One thing I did want to get your reaction to before I leave is, I don't even want to say it before I play it because it's so absurd. Or maybe not. Maybe it's not. So, urine drinking. Have you heard of this for anti-aging?
I have.
Okay, so watch this and let me know your thoughts.
All right. My own urine since 2005. I heard it was a health thing or whatever, and I wanted to try it. And I think I was driving to San Francisco, and I didn't want to stop, and so I peed in a cup and I drank it. And I was like, that's not that bad. And I like the energetic. It's like a hair of the dog. It's like you're a biocomputer, right? You're a complete intelligent being, right? And then this just came out of you, and you put it right back in, and it's like a diagnostic tool. It's like a hair of the dog. It's like, this is what's going on with you. And now it's like, if there's too much coffee, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't like that. I can feel things, I can feel things for sure. It's a diagnostic tool. I snort it, I age it, and it's amazing to sunbathe with it. Really? And how long do you age? I mean, look at the skin. Yeah. I mean, I'm Irish, and I use zero sunscreen. Wow. My sunscreen is my nutrition. And I'm not advocating for anybody to do it. I'm just reporting live. You're telling Earth. Troy Casey reporting live is what I've done for the last 2 decades.
So I thought this guy was a troll.
Is it a parody?
I thought it must have been, but I have seen I've been tagged in his videos multiple times since, and I've looked at least at a cursory glance through his existing catalog of stuff, and I have not seen him break character ever, and he seems pretty convinced that this is something to do. Now, maybe I am like socially oblivious, and it's actually all a big joke.
Oh, man, that's so good.
But there's more people talking about it recently. I don't know if it's just my algorithm that's just feeding it to me now, but have you heard of this before?
Just recently.
Not the same guy, though, presumably.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. It's creating a bit of a stir, seemingly. Yeah.
Oh man, I don't even know what to think. There's so many things about that.
So I'm assuming your team doesn't think it's worthwhile.
We have not talked about urine drinking.
You got to show them the video.
But you know, like if anyone's urine should be, like my urine would be at the very top.
Yeah,
possible.
That's true.
Was she in there?
Hands above your head.
Yeah, so I've seen this already.
However, Officer Steinke seems to realize that this could spell the end of her career.
Is he gonna take my gun? No. Okay. Why would they take you? You didn't shoot anybody, did you? No. That wasn't part of the call. Why the was he parked on the tracks?
It's not an unreasonable question, and it is perhaps one that Sergeant Vasquez himself is struggling with as he shares his version of what happened.
Hey, so I had a mishap here. My car got hit by the train, I know. The worst part about it is I had a prisoner inside. Yeah. I was out of the car. It was a felony menacing, so, you know, we proned her, myself and 4 Love proned her, put her in the car, and then here comes the train, and I didn't realize how close I was to the tracks, and it
They were literally stopped on the tracks, by the way.
it took the rear end of my car, and it just spun it, but it didn't roll it. I didn't think the Lupton officer was going to put her in my car.
Okay, that's her.
TSA, Federal Emergency Response.
Didn't she get a $20 million payout from the lawsuit?
Part of the crash scene. Same with
Next day, when they pay a visit to the hospital,
So she was awake on alert earlier and declined talking to anybody right now. Okay, can I hear that from her though? Because I kind of need to know, like, personally from her. Yeah, I can. Okay. Thank you.
later Ureni's
Not only that, Bryan also says it is perfectly okay to include meat in your personal blueprint diet if that is your preference.
Yeah, that is some carnist cuckoldry. Thanks for the donation, Suka. Dodo donate tellers, wow, just amazing. You have to watch this. Maybe later, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
his lawyer would inform police that his client would not be speaking to law enforcement about the incident. Her lawyers would also claim that the man involved in the road rage incident was brake-checking Ureni in traffic, and their client was, quote, afraid for her life. To the investigators on scene that night, however, the focus is on the train crash. And as the officer who backed up Officer Steinke and Sergeant Vasquez in the stop describes his role in the chaos, footage from Officer Steinke's dashcam provides a shocking view of the collision.
I was behind her car, which used to be right there, in front of mine. Mine's that Explorer. She was parked right in front of me. I was about behind her vehicle, thinking the custody was in hers.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I saw the train, and I started to make a step because
They were literally parked right on the train tracks like fucking retards. Dodo donate chillers, not maybe later, yes later. I don't know if I can commit to that, Dodo, but thanks for the donation.
I saw that the custody was not in hers. Started to make a step towards trying to get her out. Knew I didn't have time. Yelled for you guys to stay back, and that was it.
As extraordinary as the dashcam view of the crash is, the scene is somehow even more frantic from the officer's body cam video.
Move your car! Stay back!
Officer Jordan Steinke was found guilty of reckless endangerment and third-degree assault charges in July 2023 and sentenced to 30 months probation and 100 hours of community service. Sergeant Pablo Vasquez pleaded guilty to reckless...
Bruh. They put somebody in a car on the fucking train tracks. Like, really? That's all she got?
endangerment and received a sentence of 1 year of unsupervised probation. Both officers were...
They locked somebody in a car on the fucking train tracks. Like, they should be getting at least, like, 5 years in jail.
Fired from their respective departments.
Did Frank go bankrupt yet?
I have no idea. Hopefully. I can only hope. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
While reports claim that Ureni will battle with the physical and emotional impacts of the collision for the rest of her life, she doesn't seem to have lost her sense of humor. According to court documents, Ureni Rios Gonzalez won an $8.5 million settlement from the cities of Fort Lupton and Platte.
Okay, so she got $8.5 million.
On June 4th, 2024, roughly a year and a half after the train crash.
Cops are fucking stupid, dude.
The Russian ruble.
Let me see.
Here's what the left will do. They'll take something that maybe is false.
17. Laws of masculinity.
Jeffrey's about to graduate high school, but he hasn't even prepared for real life. Oh no, he's ended up like one of those young men who are losers, working a crappy job while seeing their 6 out of 10 female co-worker flirt with their masculine boss. Jeffrey gets on the train to go home, but there's a homeless guy being aggressive to everyone. He doesn't know what to do. He can't fight. Hopefully the homeless guy doesn't target him. No, Jeffrey, don't make eye contact with him! The homeless guy hurls abuse at Jeffrey, and Jeffrey doesn't even stand up for himself. When Jeffrey gets home, he stays up late, consumes content, and eats ultra-processed food. This is the life of a young man who hasn't developed his masculinity, but there is hope. Adonis! Adonis is the most masculine man of all. He's strong, sexy, and successful. He gets what he wants. But Adonis wasn't always like this. He too started with the great struggle of becoming masculine as a young man. But by following these 17 laws of masculinity, Adonis was able to achieve great things. I'm going to give you...
I don't know how working a shitty job like necessarily has anything to do with masculinity. It's kind of weird.
The secrets on what makes a man a man. I transformed from pushover pussy to masculine in my 20s, and now I've helped 2 million guys become masculine just like you. Because I worked hard in implementing these 17 laws of masculinity, I became successful. I traveled multiple countries and finally got the attraction from girls that I wanted when I was a teenager. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because today I'm sharing the things that actually worked for me to become more masculine. The first law of masculinity is take responsibility for your life. Men own their path. No one else does. But this isn't how most men live in the modern day. Most young men blame others for what happens to them. When you don't take responsibility, you're literally passing over masculinity points to someone else. Imagine a life where you own every choice. Every problem is yours to fix. I know that seems like hard work, but this is what will develop you. Because modern men avoid this. They look for someone else to blame. But imagine just being stood there in front of a mirror, looking at yourself and thinking, it's all on me. I have to become capable. Imagine your life where you take responsibility for everything. You would become like that father who can do anything. He can fix anything in the house. Whatever problem arises, he's the guy that the family and everyone go to because he is a well-rounded man who's taken responsibility. Now just imagine this. If you don't become that father, imagine your future daughter not believing that you could solve some problem for
her. By the way, this is the same guy who said his fiance broke up with him because he would literally leave shits in the toilet and wouldn't bother flushing. So I don't know if I'd really take advice from this guy.
Imagine your wife not coming to you for help for some kind of problem, but to someone else. You would want to be the well-rounded, capable guy, and the way you do that is by taking responsibility for everything that's happening right now. The next law of masculinity is embracing discomfort. Pain is growth, and so we have to embrace it. But then why are modern men pursuing comfort and pleasure over discomfort and purpose? Because it's easier, and because it's actually safe to be a pussy. The guys who were weak.
We probably might both agree Bryan a cool guy in general, but would you consider making a short video telling him to actually embrace his own logic and compassion?
The microalgae, I think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So we realize we need to up that, and so we'll add that to a next iteration.
Are you ever going to have non-vegan stuff once you've like built out the stack and then you...
Yeah, I think we're open to that.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll come back to a contemplation of SKU complexity and
time.
Yeah, it seems like exactly always time.
You'll become me, dude.
Yeah, I don't know how
Whether
much he
it's
really
plant-based
cares.
or meat-based, but what is your opinion? Because you are vegan, which is better, and why?
He's
I
not
am plant-based
vegan.
for ethical reasons. I think that we want to be what we want AI to become. So when AI...
what's the point?
I had eaten meat my entire life. I had hunted my entire life. I was killing things from when I was 5 years old.
Yeah, I've seen that video before. It's not like he'd even see my video, and even if I made a video, it's not like he'd give a shit. Thanks for the donation, vegan heathen.
Weak and who stayed inside of their comfort zones thousands of years ago wouldn't have been able to make money, get resources, and they would have literally starved to death. But these days, you can stay in a state of comfort by just scrolling on your phone, watching porn, playing video games, and there isn't a massive cost to that right away. But over a few years, it does start to kill your soul. It starts to kill your spirit, this zest that you should have. What if for you, discomfort wasn't the enemy? What if the next time when you're tired, when you're fatigued, when you don't want to do something, you actually smile and think, well, that's my competitive advantage? Because I'll be honest with you, right here, right now, I don't want to be here recording this video. My emotions are pulling me away, telling me I'd rather do something more comfortable, like scroll on my phone. But as a man, we have to look over that craving of comfort and actually do what's required of us. We have to step into the discomfort because that's where we grow. Whilst modern men avoid hardship, great men walk through fire for their purpose and for their goals. The next law of masculinity is to master self-control. Control yourself or the world will control you. Modern men have no self-control and they're driven by their impulses. They feel like ejaculating, so they watch porn.
By the way, this guy regularly uploads videos talking about how he has issues with alcoholism and partying and stuff and gets drunk. Regularly.
feel hungry, so they eat unhealthy food. They're bored, so they scroll. But just wonder to yourself right now, has following your impulses like a monkey ever actually helped you in life? Have you ever done the right thing and been proud of yourself? Drive that we have to do overcomes them one step at a time. The next law of masculinity is building a brotherhood, because men rise higher alongside their brothers. Now, most guys who follow me are in this situation, and it's so sad to see your discipline and your self-improvements. Maybe you're at the gym, maybe you're working out and it's like cold outside, but you're doing push-ups and dips. Fine. Now imagine 5 guys like you doing it together. Not only are you going to push yourself harder because you've got these guys who are staring at you and telling you one.
Did he like do a 1-rep max attempt on a decline fucking bench with like 220?
Harder because you've got these guys who are staring at you and telling you one more rep. But you're actually just gonna have more fun doing it as well. Like you could imagine you and your boys working out together and actually having such a good time laughing and making fun of each other. Then you guys are getting healthy food together and then you're sitting around on your laptops. Mastery. Great men must master their craft. The modern young man. The next law of masculinity is pursuing mastery. Great men must master their craft. The modern young man jumps from result, which is money. That is wrong. Mark my words here. You've got to stop thinking about money and start thinking about mastery. Which skill? This model. One topic, one subject. What if that be rather than having a shallow skim over time box us from actually living such a fun and disciplined life? Then honoring your tribe. Protect your tribe and it will protect you. Modern men don't have tribes. They're just depressed individuals who have a fear of guys who are looking out for you. That's what we need to find.
If you haven't seen, watch.
This is John Bunn. He spent 27 years wrongfully.
I don't care. It's not an interesting video. Thanks for the donation, NetMuffin.
For you, and that will be the purpose of your existence, which is your contribution. Magnificent souls who decided fulfilled. What could it be for you? What with that? But strong men reject it. Society glorifies degeneracy, and you can see this by what kind of content goes viral, particularly on Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat. It's girls and guys who are just showing themselves in really degenerate sexual ways, and they'll get a huge amount of likes and validation. And so most other people who are just showing themselves in really degenerate sexual ways.
Doesn't he post videos with his shirt off, showing off his like abs and shit? And then he's calling them degenerate for doing the exact same thing?
Ways, and they'll get a huge amount of likes and validation. And so most for yourself, if we never discovered these things. Today, pleasure you have is that there's no one else like you on the kind of values that we're talking about in here to grow with the brothers that we have inside. Pulled away from things that are of feeling fear but doing the right. The next law of masculinity is to respect the warrior code. It's beneficial for every man to learn how to fight. Not every man needs to become a full-time fighter because your career path might be different from someone else's. But every man should at least try and get into the culture. Whether you take it professionally or not, it can be so beneficial to just get your face punched every now and then. Something happens when you go to a boxing or a kickboxing.
Probably isn't beneficial to get your face punched, now that we know about traumatic brain injury.
Or an MMA gym, and you do some sparring and one guy just hits you right on the nose or on the chin. Teenagers on bikes, or they might even get confronted and even hit and even stabbed. Now when it comes to a street fight, there's no winners, and you're just trying to keep yourself safe. A few pull-ups, 10, 20 push-ups. You don't need to become a full-on powerlifter, but again, you need to have some basic competence. A while ago, I was talking to a... You wouldn't be able to get out of certain situations. There's some brutal things their girlfriends and wives, but most importantly, they'll lie to themselves. You are the easiest person to lie to because you believe your own family, to your friends, to your people, to your tribe. Imagine that grateful man lives.
Oh my god, I can't.
You have an ancestor that lived billions of years ago who goes by the name of Luca. Luca is the last universal common ancestor to all modern life on Earth.
Including us, including bacteria, frogs, fish, trees, fungi, everything is alive that has a cell.
In a 2024 paper, researchers peered back in time to paint the most complete picture of Luca yet, using evidence from a wide range of scientific disciplines.
I came up with a holistic understanding of when Luca existed and how it interacted with the environment.
So what was Luca like?
Ever since scientists realized that all life on Earth shares certain characteristics, that suggested to us that there was some common ancestor. Darwin, in fact, in one of his letters, said that if you trace his idea of evolution back to the very beginning, that would imply that there was some common ancestor. So it was really Darwin who first started thinking about what that universal ancestor could have looked like.
Luca was not the origin of life on Earth, but the emergence of life as we know it today. And Luca was not alone.
We can think of Luca as more like a population rather than like a single individual.
And there probably were many different types of organisms living at that time whose descendants later died out fairly shortly thereafter, or maybe died out only recently.
But Luca survived and went on to evolve into all modern life. Today, there are two domains of cellular life descended from Luca: prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Prokaryotes include bacteria and archaea, which are comparatively simple cells. Eukaryotes are more complex and include all forms of complex multicellular life.
we're paleontologists, most of us. We're interested in understanding early evolutionary history. However, we can only really get back at this ancestral point looking at modern organisms.
To reveal our evolutionary history, Edmund Moody, Phil Donahue, and their team sought to reconstruct Luca's genome, or collection of genes.
And then from these, try and build kind of like a working metabolic network, and then use this as a basis to try and understand what Luca would have been like.
Their approach involved filling out an evolutionary family tree based on the genomic relationships among 700 living bacterial and archaean species.
What we need to do is infer a tree of those 700 species, those 700 genomes. In order to do that, you need to pull out genes, which we think have evolved very slowly, been very conserved, haven't changed much over the billions of years.
Using a suite of software and loads of computing power, the team constructed a probabilistic gene tree leading back to Luca.
So this says, okay, well, we've got X number of genes, a probability of 50% or a probability of 75%. Therefore, we think that these genes were probably in Luca.
By integrating the probabilities of thousands of gene families, the team estimated Luca's genome likely encoded 2,600 proteins.
Our main take-home result is that Luca is a complex organism, very similar, perhaps a bit smaller than a modern-day bacterium, for example.
Luca would have had a simple phospholipid membrane and the molecular machinery for maintaining a genome and building proteins. It could metabolize hydrogen gas and carbon dioxide.
But one of the really interesting things that we found, which was a complete surprise to us, was this CRISPR-Cas system.
CRISPR-Cas is a basic immune system cells use to fight off viral attacks.
Then some people are surprised that viruses would have been around that long ago.
Luca may have lived off of non-living sources, like hydrothermal vents or atmospheric gases, or it may have died on the chemical waste of other microbes.
To me, it seems more likely that Luca would have been part of a complex ecosystem even at that point in time, exchanging metabolic products, etc., with all sorts of different things.
For a complete picture, the team also needed to determine when Luca lived.
And so we used some molecular and paleontological methods to try to estimate its age by calibrating the branches within genome trees.
By comparing the rates of mutation over time across gene families, they were able to arrive at a date.
So we estimate Luca's age to be around 4.2 billion years old.
This is fairly soon after the Earth would have cooled off and been habitable for life to emerge.
To me, that really ancient age is very surprising because we reconstruct Luca as being quite a complex organism, and yet it existed within about 200, 300, 400 million years of Earth forming as a planet.
Hopefully, we've gone closer to the truth of this, but clearly more work will need to be done.
This is the vagus nerve. This long bundle of neurons is a two-way information superhighway that connects the brain to many of the body's internal organs.
So there's a dizzying array of stimuli that comes up from the body and can evoke various behavioral and physiological responses.
The brain can also in turn regulate the body.
This May, a team of scientists published research revealing a surprising new vagal connection between the brain and the body's immune system.
And there's no question that a whole set of diseases and disorders that were previously thought to be diseases of the body are undoubtedly going to emerge as diseases of body-brain communication.
In 1921, physiologist Otto Loewi discovered that stimulating a frog's vagus nerve slowed its heartbeat. He named the associated signaling chemical Vagustoph and later won the Nobel Prize. The vagus nerve contains some of the longest neurons in the body and connects the brainstem to vital organs, including the stomach, lungs, and heart.
They're both sensory neurons that take information from the body up to the brain, as well as motor neurons that go in the opposite direction.
Through the vagus nerve, the brainstem regulates basic survival systems, such as breathing, heartbeats, and hunger.
One term that's often used with the vagus is homeostasis, and so any deviation from that homeostatic set point, the body-brain signals will help bring the body back to that equilibrium.
In 2020, Charles Zucker's lab stumbled upon a surprising brain-body connection. Their studies of taste receptors revealed that in mice, the sensation of sweetness comes not only from the tongue, but also from the stomach.
Now, this opened up this world, body-brain signaling. What other, salient examples are of brain control of body biology in a way that's completely unexpected? And we thought the immune system poses an amazing example.
At the time, there was no evidence that the brain communicated directly with the immune system. However, experiments performed in the 1990s by neurosurgeon Kevin Tracy pointed to the possibility of a connection.
So the crazy experiment at the time.
Dixie Normus donated $2, such degeneracy. When people ask how your dad died, you tell them he unalived himself 4 days after you got married because you married a black man, and now half of your family doesn't talk to you because they blame you. Yeah, these... thanks for the donation, Dixie Normus.
Where he did sort of a course electrical stimulation of the vagus nerve, and he found that stimulating the vagus nerve dampened the immune system. They call this the anti-inflammatory reflex.
Inflammation is the immune system's first line of defense. After sustaining an injury or infection, pro-inflammatory molecules are released to help fight pathogens. Then, the release of anti-inflammatory molecules keeps the inflammation response in check, so it doesn't damage the body's own tissues. A heightened inflammatory response has been linked to a host of diseases and disorders.
Multiple sclerosis, type 1 diabetes, lupus, and I can go on and on.
And also some metabolic disease like obesity and diabetes. Overactive inflammation is definitely a bad thing.
In a series of experiments, the Zucker team set out to find whether there's a mechanism in the brain that controls the inflammatory process.
We reasoned that it has to be some sort of homeostatic controls.
First, the researchers identified the groups of neurons in mice that are activated during immunological challenges. They wondered what would happen if they used genetic techniques to activate these neurons.
So you can choose to excite or inhibit
They discovered that these neurons in the brainstem acted like a volume dial for inflammation. The researchers could manipulate them to turn the inflammatory response up or turn it back down.
2 lines, one carries pro-inflammatory, one carries anti. That was a huge surprise, that it's really telling the brain what's happening on both sides of this homeostat.
This was the first time that control of the immune system was located in the brain. Further research of this inflammatory homeostat in humans could lead to new treatments for the many diseases linked to inflammation.
And if you can find ways to tap and control the activity, either positively or negatively, for each of these different neuron types, you get profound effects.
I think opens up a new window in the way we think about how perhaps we can help make a difference.
These are microscopic molecular machines essential to life on Earth. They've evolved over millions of years to perform a vast array of vital functions. These are proteins.
They're the molecules that do the work. They interact with other molecules, they build other molecules, they take molecules down.
All these are at the end chemical reactions, and to understand this chemistry of life, you need to understand the structure of these molecules.
For more than half a century, biologists have sought to unravel the enigma of how proteins fold to function.
The effort to doing this is enormous. You can think of it as something like $100,000 in expense, a couple of years of a PhD student's time, really an enormous investment to get even a single structure.
During a recent grand challenge, a team at DeepMind used artificial intelligence to solve a key part of the protein puzzle. They trained a neural network to read the one-dimensional molecular sequence of a protein and predict its 3D structure. For many proteins, AlphaFold 2's accuracy is 99%. DeepMind's breakthrough opened the door to a new era of biology.
People have said that biology is becoming a computational science, and this is certainly true.
The AI revolution. You start applying things to problems you did not solve experimentally before.
Including the engineering of human-designed proteins to fix some of the world's biggest problems. A protein-specific molecular function is a product of its three-dimensional folded shape.
They'll fold up into a really precise shape, and they do that every time, and that shape carries out a biological function.
If we have the 3D structure, then we can really begin to understand how these molecules behave and function.
This origami-like shape is rendered by the sequence of its primary structural components, amino acids. All proteins are built from 20 different flavors of amino acids connected in chains, called polypeptides. When first assembled inside a cell, proteins are unfolded, their amino acids strung together like beads on a necklace. These amino acids can be arranged in countless configurations to form different proteins. The recipe for a given protein-specific polypeptide sequence is encoded within a cell's DNA. In 1969, biologist Cyrus Leventhal observed a paradox. For any protein, even small ones, there's an astronomical number of possible folding configurations. Yet proteins reliably fold into their functional shapes in less than a second. The mystery behind this process became known as the protein folding problem. Google DeepMind was founded in 2007 to advance a nascent form of AI called deep learning. After their AI system successfully mastered Go and several other games, DeepMind's founder, Demis Hassabis, sought new challenges.
We're very early days in development of AI, but there are still many unsolved problems.
The DeepMind team entered what has been called the Olympics of Protein Folding, the Critical Assessment of Structure Prediction Challenge, or CASP. CASP participants take amino acid sequences and then attempt to predict the protein's 3D structures using a computer algorithm. Experimental chemist John Jumper led the team in the development of their protein structure prediction algorithm, AlphaFold 2. They trained a deep learning neural network with data that described more than 100,000 known proteins, both their amino acid sequences and their folded 3D structures, plus evolutionary data about the proteins.
Bend over to Tellers. Last to know about that white woman marrying a black man reminded me of this.
Well, I suppose it's not the first time someone's made a miscalculation. What happens to us in the future, Doc?
It's your kids, Marty. Something's got to be done about your kids.
What do you mean?
Your daughter marries a black man.
That's actually not a big deal for me.
Yeah, me neither.
What? What? You... Really?
Yeah, I mean, well, what's wrong with that?
No, nothing. It's nothing, I guess. I think it's great. Congratulations.
I don't think I'm comfortable around you anymore.
Did you know peanut butter was invented by a black man?
Too late, Doc.
Yeah, I remember that one. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see.
Patrzcie, co spotkałem. Bóbr, kurwa! Ja pierdolę, jakie bydle! Bober!
Wow. Aw, they're just little friendly chonkos. Aw. That's so cute. Look at him. Aw, wombats are so nice.
Is flat, and now I'm gonna prove it to you. Using only this ruler. So, if the Earth has a curve, then the ruler won't align with it perfectly. Let's see. As you can see, the Earth is flat, and
Yeah. You gotta admit this is crazy.
Plane with the lights.
No, it's not.
No, it ain't.
No, it's not.
Plane.
Oh,
There's
listen.
no clouds.
Shh. Quiet.
That's a UFO,
Look at it. Look at
dude.
it on the camera. It's like a dome.
That's a UFO.
Quiet.
What the fuck? Like literally,
Look
dude,
at that
that's
thing.
weird in the sky right there.
Dude, what
Dude,
is
are we
that?
watching a comet or shooting star falling?
No, that's not moving quick enough. There's no tail.
And
That's a UFO.
There's no blue or red lights. Look, something's coming off.
What the fuck?
Whoa, bro.
Coming right here.
Like that. It's kind of like an aura coming off.
I've never seen anything like it. I got my video on it too. We all are gonna video this shit.
What the fuck is that?
Dude, this is nuts.
Look at the glow around it. Look how the light's going off in two sides, though.
Look, it's moving. Look at the lights are moving around it. What the fuck? It's hovering.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I see that.
Look, it's going up. It's taking off. No fucking way. What the
Isn't that probably like a satellite or something? Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Some of our understanding of proteins into it, what's called inductive bias in the language of machine learning. It learned extraordinary.
Jagmeet Singh is a worthless, retarded turd, and I hope he loses his fucking pension. It's a fucking worthless piece of shit.
Ordinarily rapidly from data.
The data is processed by a series of powerful neural networks called transformers. After cycling through the whole algorithm, AlphaFold reveals a structure prediction, along with a score of how confident it is in its predictions of different parts of the protein structure. In 2020, the DeepMind team entered AlphaFold in CASP14. The algorithm structure predictions came out on top.
It was really a shock. You're looking at these things like, can it really be that good? What's going on here?
By July 2022, DeepMind had released the structure predictions for 218 million proteins, nearly all of those known in the world. Some call the protein problem essentially solved. For many biologists, it took months or years to accept the results, but at the University of Washington, David Baker had been developing software to solve the protein folding problem for 3 decades.
At that point, we really sort of said, okay, well, how can we take these new concepts and ideas and AI generally and apply it to protein design?
Which is the process of synthesizing new and novel proteins.
For making brand new proteins, there are no genes that...
I have micropenis 1 inch donated $2. When pigs go to slaughterhouse and the trucks, are they seeing blue sky for the first time? Probably not. What do you think goes through their curious mind? No idea. Do they wish they could explore the world more, you think? Probably. It breaks my heart and I feel powerless over it. Yeah, thanks for the donation. I have micropenis.
Encode them. So we have to make synthetic genes that encode these proteins.
Baker's goal is to design new proteins that don't exist in nature to solve difficult problems facing humanity.
The work we're doing sort of roughly falls into 3 general areas. So the first is medicine, the second is energy and sustainability, and the third is sort of new technology.
To design a new protein, researchers run the protein folding problem backwards. Instead of predicting the 3D shape of a protein from its amino acid sequence, they design the 3D shape for a novel protein, and then use AI tools to output the amino acid sequence before synthesizing the protein in the lab.
We can now design proteins which are much more sophisticated and should be much more precise and safe. Beyond medicine, we're working on improved methods of capturing sunlight and doing things with that energy. We're working on improved methods for degrading toxic compounds.
The next frontier in the application of AI to problems in protein science lies in the prediction of protein interactions.
I am really tired. I woke up at like 8:30 today. Why am I so tired? Yeah, so I think I really have to schedule like afternoon naps. If I don't nap during the day, I just end up being so fucking tired at night. Holy fuck, I am tired. Well, I had an energy drink in the morning. Yeah, I need to just take afternoon naps. Alright, I'm gonna have to go to bed. I'm just Absolutely fucking zonked, dude. I'm gonna try to do a morning, afternoon, like gaming stream or something tomorrow, and then do another normal stream at night or some shit. If I donate 20, would you play Terminator Resistance DLC? There's a few games that I want to get through. I need to beat Cuphead, Contra Hardcore, shit like that. But yeah, maybe later. But I'm gonna go nighty-night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all tomorrow. So sweet dreams.